Hello, hello, hello! We are live with today's stream, today's 12-hour stream, so let me just share that on all the social medias, and then we'll hop into the game. It is Sunday. We are doing a 12-hour marathon. And, yeah, starting with Animal Crossing, Kirby games later. We are celebrating my 7-year stream anniversary and also reaching 400 followers on Twitter. Oh, I just realized I still have my space heater on. The 400 followers on Twitter is why we technically unlocked the 12-hour marathon stream, but 7-year stream anniversary is why we're doing it specifically today. And let's just hop right into some Animal Crossing, because, you know, I'm going to be buying turnips today, and the sooner we get started on that, the more time we have for that. 8:06, April 24th, Trantor. That's all good. Yes. Rick. Let's hop to it and get started on this. Okay, one second, just quickly. Okay, so let's see here. We shouldn't have anyone new in town, because we had somebody new move in, like, right at, or yesterday in the evening when we played, so yeah, no one new today. We do still have a... Stego, what was that? I read that really quickly because I was chatting. Stego Skull. Good stuff. Torso of a mammoth. Excellent, excellent. And... right wing of a pterodon. Oh, nice. So no small fossils today. That's cool. And Tonic stunning a regal bookcase. Okay, so we're gonna still do our, like, you know, daily checkup. Check the town for everything. But despite the fact that, like I was saying, we are still missing a gyroid, we're not gonna be, like, overly careful with looking around. Like, if we happen to spot it, awesome, but don't want to be wasting too much time when we have turnips to buy and a limited time in which to buy them. And especially because we need to check, you know, I'm at 17 towns now. 17 towns that I need to check turnip prices in before we even decide where to buy them. But yeah. And obviously we have to find Joan, which is why it still makes sense to be doing my walk around the town first, even aside from the fact that I just feel weird if I don't start with my checking around the town for everything. And yeah. Okay. Ooh, well, there is fossil number 1. Tons of fun. Yeah, other than the missing gyroid, it should be just the 5 fossils in the ground buried today. I mean, I guess the glowing spot, but that's... the glowing spot doesn't have, like, one of those stars. So it's a bit of a different, varied thing. Okay. Morin Bangle. I actually did sleep well last night, surprisingly. Let's chat. Okay. Yeah. Even aside from the fact that I like to do start with my run around the town to check for everything, we still want to be thorough so that we don't miss Joan. And we got our money rock already, that's nice. Getting the money rock early always saves time. because, hey, once you got the money rock, you don't need to keep checking other rocks. Okay, so that'll put us at 43,400. Or do we have another bag lying on the ground that I didn't pick up yet? Oh, that was it. Awesome. Weed. Okay. So now we are just... Oh, technically that acre I would have normally left that for later, but I accidentally moved over it. Is Hugh around? Yes, he is. Hey, Hugh. How's it going? Let's chat. Ooh. Huh. Sure. Why not? Okay. I'll just be selling it. At probably a loss, but that's fine. You know, it is what it is. Okay. Bill. Interestingly, this is the second day in a row I've seen him in this acre when it isn't his home acre. Now granted, it's just like right next to his home acre, I believe, right? Are we getting Katrina at some point coming up? Yeah, Bill is just 1 acre over, so it's not that surprising. Oh, somebody fell asleep. Right outside their own house. Got ourselves our glowing spot already. Good stuff. Good stuff. And is Jeremiah around? Seems like it. Probably inside. Hasn't come out yet. Yep. Clean your place by accident. I mean, hey, not a bad thing to do by accident. I'm slowly working on cleaning up my office on purpose. And slowly is definitely... If anything, slowly is too fast of a term. Basically, pretty much each day I try to... Well, I try to clean off any... Oh, Nook doesn't open till 9. I forgot about that. Should have left this stuff at home then. No, it'll be fine. It should be fine. Oh, stationery and furniture. Cactus and tile paper. Yeah, today I try to clean off... Well, my desk has like 2 kind of like pull-out shelves, so I try to clean off any junk from them, like any like dirty dishes, any like literal garbage, or recycling, as the case may be. A mint. Another sleepy villager here, out and about. And then also, if I have other stuff on there, I try to like grab at least one thing from those shelves to put away. Sometimes they're just moving it to another pile of stuff elsewhere, but hey, technically counts as progress. And then also I grab something from like my main area, my desk, that doesn't belong there, to put away. And then also I have a chair over there, which I often have stuff on that I try to clean up. Fossil number 2, how about you? And the idea is that if eventually I get those things like just completely clean and organized, and I like choose other stuff to start doing stuff with. And I have some other stuff I also occasionally do during the day and such to clean up stuff, but it's a whole problem is a lot of my stuff I have to figure out and make room for, so it's like sometimes it feels like I'm just like moving stuff from one pile to another, but it's like, okay, it's if I at least get like, you know, the piles, you know, somewhat organized while doing that, like it's like, okay, so it's like, here's a pile of random games. Well, now I'm splitting it up into like a pile of, or no, here's a pile of random things. Now I'm splitting it up into a pile of like, oh, this is a pile of PS3 games, this is a pile of books, this is a pile of DVDs or whatever, and just like, at least it's somewhat more organized. Slowly stuff comes together. And you know, it's a good way, decent way of doing it, I think. Works. That's kind of the key thing. As long as you're, you know, as long as you're moving forward, you'll eventually get where you're going. As long as you keep moving forward. Okay, 26th. We're getting Katrina. That's Tuesday. Not a super big deal, but you know, good to know. Anything lost? Oh, they have something lost. My inventory is so getting... Well, no, my inventory, because I don't think... Well, if we get anything random from villagers, I guess. But as of right... Or if we find the gyroid, I guess. Otherwise, it's just fossils, which will be going in letters. In fact, the next fossil we get will actually clear out a space. Because we'll be finishing off that empty bit of stationery. And, yeah. Okay, so... onwards and forwards, hey Captain. Not sure if we'll be making use of your services today, but I'm also not sure that we won't be. Basically, after we're done with, like... Oh, here's another villager for me to wake up. Morning, Yuka. I just said hi. What was I saying? Oh yeah, basically once we're done with fossil number 3, just for me. Once we get to the, you know, what am I saying? We might try getting some new islands later today, after the turnip stuff. We'll see how long all the turnip stuff takes us, and what we're feeling like at that point in the stream. If we're good to keep going with Animal Crossing, or want to switch to Kirby at that point. Quick look up here, nothing up there. And check. Okay, so Pierce isn't in right now. I think everyone else on this side of the river we talked to. Good to know. Good to know. We still need 2 more fossils, and we haven't seen Joan yet. But so far, not too shabby. Not too oh, well, here's Joan. I know already. Oof, 127 bells. We are not buying. I mean, I can almost assuredly say we're not buying them here. Like, obviously, I don't know for sure what the other prices are going to be, but at that price, I can't imagine. Can't imagine we'll be buying them here, because that would. Oh, here is Pierce. Oh, something good's gonna happen. Okay, good to know. Talk to me. Black Pawn. Okay. Sure. Why not? I do have really good taste. I mean, you know, thanks for noticing. Okay, now why are you all upset, Patty? Okay. Hope you feel better soon. What was... Oh. Basketball. It's like, what was that splash? Okay. Let's talk. Sure. So that was from a past version of me. So I mean, this Bubbles was at one point in the old version of Trantor, the one that we lost to memory card corruption. That's interesting. Okay, let's do wander around here. Nope, don't see anything. Check out. Huh, nobody by the wishing well this morning. How are things though? Everything's perfect. Trantor's a very little place. Yeah, that's right, it is. Let's go. We still need 2 more fossils. Which we may or may not find. Either way, it's fine. And nothing over there. Oh, fossil number 4. Just one more. Yeah, my inventory's like almost completely full. Good morning. What's up? Ah, Katrina, yes. I mean, understandably, like, if you get your fortune, paying for a fortune, then, like, you know, you want to see some returns on your investment, I suppose. Huh. Thought I saw something back there. Was nothing, it seems, though. Was nothing at all. Oh, another sleeping villager. I'm sure you are, buddy. I'm sure you are. Aren't we all tired? Isn't that just the state of life? Okay, so Emerald is the only one we have left to talk to. Oh, and fossil number 5, we're alive. Because we got all the fossils. There is still a gyroid hiding somewhere in the town, but I know not where. That's not a super big deal. Okay, and Nooks doesn't open for another 38 minutes. Oh, here's Emerald. Yeah. Certainly try. Sure. I do have impeccable taste, I know. I'm just going to be selling to Nook. I know, probably a loss, but it is what it is. 40, okay, so now what we're going to do... I guess we'll just drop the junk off at my house. We'll worry about selling that later. When, you know, Nooks is actually open. We're mailing letters first, though. Got 5 letters to mail, and then we'll be going around to other towns and checking turnip prices in each of them to determine where we're buying turnips. Like I said, it's probably not here. 127 bells a turnip, like, it's pretty expensive turnips. Now, I wouldn't mind getting price spike here with that kind of price, but... Okay, there we go. So yeah, because 127 times 8, well, 100 is times 8 is 800. 20 times 8 is 160, so we're at 960. And then 7 times 8, 56, so 1,016. Am I doing my math right? That would not be a bad investment at all. Okay, so what junk do we have? Stego Skull. I mean, we can put it there, it just... Go. Cactus. Black pawn. Fishing rod and blue trim wall. Okay, and now we're gonna head over and start checking the turn price of my other towns. Should have a memory card in the system. Yes, I believe it's Praetoris. I organized my memory cards yesterday, so they're also all the other ones are in a row, such that we should just be going through the list from top to bottom, which seems like a decent plan. Keeps it nice and organized. Okay. And we'll see how things go. I will have a nice trip. Now, the only thing is we're going to have to, like... We're not going to have a map in, like, any of my towns that we go to. Because the problem is, you can only have maps for a certain amount of other towns. And so as you get more maps, it starts, you know, casting out the earlier maps. And as a result of that, well, most of my... Also, why do we have... Oh, no, I was going to be like, why do we have this turnip list so small? But that's probably because when we have the turnip acres thing, that'll stretch across further, right? I don't know. We'll see how it is by the end of today, and maybe resize that turnip text. Okay, so we got to draw a face. Just going to go with my standard. Yes. Random globe. And that looks good. Like a piece of art. Let's go. Oh, I still have money here, apparently. Well, I kind of hope Praetoris ends up being the one where we do stuff. Yeah, no map. How much do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 21. 15. Yeah, so that's like one full inventory's worth. So basically, the amount of turnips that this buys, we want to buy 5 times that in whichever town we end up buying them in. Okay, how do we want to do this now? Okay, so go check here. Go to the left, all the way to the right, down one, all the way to the left, down one. Then follow the river. Go back up here. Follow the cliff over here. Then we'll go down here. Over one, quickly check that little corner. All the way down. Over here, up. That's where we can get a map. Just debating if we should... I think we'll be okay to just do the run through and then get the map when we get there if we need to. I mean, granted, depending on how things go. Thicker shirt, lacy paper. Oh yeah, I guess. I don't know if I even should be picking up random junk, because are we even gonna fill my inventory before any of the nooks are open? Money is fine. Money doesn't take up inventory space. I mean, well, it can, but only if your wallet is full. It doesn't need to. What's on here? Nothing new. Excellent. I mean, well, technically that one for April 21st is one we haven't seen in this town yet, but it's the same as one that we saw in Trantor the other day. So that's not about finding something, it's just about, hey, it's springtime. Stuff is happening. Okay, so now's where we follow the river. And yeah, so how's everyone doing today? Hopefully you're having a good Sunday, a good weekend. Saw a movement and got excited, but that is most certainly not Joan. Where is that? Hey, it's Lobo. I want to quickly check over here. I think this is where we're done with this quadrant. So then this one we check this acre, then go this way. I can do this definitely by memory, and then all the way down to the. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this acre can't have Joan, but we're doing the quick sweep just to be certain. This acre can. We've seen Joan by the museum before. In fact, we've had time where I missed Joan. The reason that's why I did the whole run back here thing, because we've had times where I've missed Joan because she was back there when I looked and I didn't see her as a result. I'm not sure if she can be in this acre. I don't think I've ever seen her in the Dock Acre, but I've definitely seen her in the acre with the Able sisters. I've definitely seen her in the acre with the police, but not today. Need a map, yeah, that'll help. Then nextly we need what? Anything lost? Excellent. Yeah, we don't actually need to know if welcoming visitors. Yeah, so we'll quickly, so we'll check this acre. Then down along here. Yeah. And then we'll be done this quadrant and on to the next. Ah, here we go. Just who I was looking for. Yep. Okay, so we're not buying here. This is even more expensive than Trantor. Actually, what would be really nice is if, like, all of them were, like, in the one, you know, like, 120 or more. Except for one town that was, like, 60-something or something. Because then also the chance of us getting just, like, a massive price spike would be really good. Okay, we just want to otherwise talk to Alfonso, because anytime I'm in Praetoris, I like to stop by and talk to Alfonso. And then we'll head back, or head on to the next town in our quest head. Stop by to see who's going inside. Hey buddy, how's it going? Yes. Oh, don't forget me. You're my favorite. Yes. We're going to be buying turnips from her today, after not having done so for a little while. Okay, yeah, so we're otherwise good here. What then we need to do is head on to the next one, so we're going to go to Meltork 4 next. Just give me a moment to swap out memory cards. And we can make our way to Meltork 4. Okay. As we want to go and, yeah, find... find where the best, where the best, whatchamacallit is. Best turn price. I know words, I swear. And once we get that figured out, then we can buy turnips. And we'll be all the better for it. Well, technically it will only be better when we actually sell them for, you know, profit, but gotta do it one step at a time. And get our money moving in an upwards direction, so that we can eventually get that the post office model rover. That's correct. Yes, me being a fruit smuggler. Who would have thunk it? Okay. Meltork 4. Another one where we have some money. Another one we have no map. This is also 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7. Yeah, that's 21. Okay, think I can... Alright, so we do a quick check over here. How's it this is one of the ones that, like, this one in Praetorus are my older town, so I already have the... You know, I have to kind of, like, remind myself what the basic pattern is, but I you know, I've done it before, so... It's not as much. The rest of the town's doing without a map, and just checking the map at the beginning is going to be a bit more of a hassle, I think, but we'll see how it goes. And of course, if we're lucky, you know, we find Joan early and then don't need to check anything more, but can't count on luck. Gotta, you know, when you know, there's luck involved, you have no choice but to, you know, hope for the best, but you do what you can to increase your chances. You also do what you can to just, like, give as many chances, because that's the thing with, like, luck-based stuff. If you only have, like, you know, one chance of succeeding, well, you do it 10 times, and you'll hopefully succeed at least one of them. And if you don't, you just keep doing it until you succeed. Like, that's the thing, you just give it... You just need to give yourself the opportunities to, you know... Because that's the thing, if you only win 1 in 10 times, but you also only need to win once, well, yeah, you just keep going until you win that one time. Not sure if Joan can be by the post office. I don't think I've ever seen her by the post office. Which doesn't for sure mean that she can't be, to be fair. But, like, the lake and the wishing well, I'm just fairly certain she can't be by, because of the fact that if, you know, Sunday also happens to be an event that's happening at one of those, then that could, like, be a bit messy. But, you know, I'm still checking it just to be sure, because I have been wrong about things before. And you know what? Better safe than sorry. Okay. And here's where we're just going to be following along the river. As we continue looking for Joan. Okay, so here's the lake. So I'm pretty sure she can't be by. And just hop up here. No, so final quadrant. Okay, I think here we follow along the river again. In our search. Here we go. I know already. 97, okay, so that's... And currently the winning one for where we're going to be buying. But I'm hoping we can get even better than that. We'll see how it goes. here. Anything lost? Might as well grab the lost item. You don't need to... Yes, that's fine. We're not going to grab a map here because even if we come back here to buy turnips, the map will be gone by the time we get back here. To get out, I just go over one and then straight up. So we'd have to get a map again, which, you know, not much point at the moment. Okay, so next we want to go to Winnipeg. Just give me a moment to swap out memory cards. Okay. And onwards and forwards. Let's move on to Winnipeg. I'm curious to see exactly which, which town we're going to end up buying them in, and just what the prices are across all the towns. And, yeah, fingers crossed we get something good, and all that jazz. Here is Rover, doing his Rover thing, accusing me of smuggling fruit, as he does. That's part of his Rover thing. Okay, Winnipeg, here we are. So what I want to do here, actually wait, okay, yeah, then here, so pretty much want to do something similar to the start of Meltork 4, just here, keep going down here, and then back up, like that. Okay. Here we'll kind of go around like that, checking those little knobs, and then we'll go down here. Here, 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 here. Okay, so when we get here, go down here, go over one, down, over, down. Okay. And then over, down, over. Yeah, okay. Then we'll be able to get a map and do more. Figure out the rest from there. Okay, sounds like a plan. As we explore. What if I? Oh, Nook and Go. Nook and Go opens earlier. We can actually sell our junk that we have. I'd like to sell. Yeah, it's nice having at least one town with a Nook and Go. As we do more and more turnip market stuff across my various towns, I'm sure we'll end up with more and more of our Nooks upgrading to match, you know, as we like, well, oh. Okay, I don't even need to do a full sweep. We already found Joan. Ooh, 71. Best price yet. Okay, so as of right now, Winnipeg's where we're going to be buying them, but we could get better yet. Check the lost and found? I don't think so. I think we're just good to go. Move on to the next town already. So we are going to Custodes next. Okay, memory card's been swapped. Yes. Awesome. As we continue onwards and forwards, we will get, we're getting, you know, drop prices in all the towns, and then we'll eventually from there get the whatchamacallits, I mean the turnips themselves, I guess. I don't know, my brain is where with explaining this. Okay. Here is Rover once again to accuse us of spoiling fruit, unless, you know, we get the other dialogue option, in which case instead, you know, he hints at the fact that he works for the mob. Which he totally does. Okay. Oh, raining here. And Custodes. Well, Let's see what we've got. Oh, actually, I have a map for Custodes at the moment. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a decent start. So we go here, go across, over here, then up to check there, down there, check there. Okay. I guess I was in Custodes somewhat more recently than a bunch of my other towns. Which is good. Makes this easier. Also, you know, the good thing we didn't get the map in the last 2 towns I went to, because that might have been the difference between having this. I mean, it might not have been. Like, I don't know for certain. Was Custodes the one? No, Custodes is not the one. There was one of my towns that I had, like, buried thing in that I just could not find for the life of me. And I eventually gave up. Which is not very much like me, but you know, eventually you just gotta be like, well, this is not happening. This Nook is still closed. 9 AM to 10 PM. Yeah. I mean, that'll be open soon, so might be able to sell our stuff before leaving, or at the very least, then we'll, you know, sell stuff in the next town. What was that other thing I picked up? Diamond shirt. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Okay. Onwards and forwards. Looking for Joan. We know she's around. But we don't know where. Could be anywhere. See the glowing spot down there. We'll grab that later, probably, unless I forget. Okay, we'll just quickly duck down here. Oh, right, this is how that can... I really want there to be a house. Somebody to move in over here at some point, because that's just like such a cool spot for it. But we will see. We will see. Okay, so Joan's not in this quadrant. I guess we'll move on to this quadrant, which we'll quickly check up there, and then down here. Something like that. We good? Nope. And from here we want to go across here. Trying to be thorough in my search, and then down. And down along the river. Over one, and then up one. Again. stops on this quadrant, and still no Joan. Oh, right here. And it is 6. Or 6. It is 9. I don't know why I said 6. They're both multiples of 3, I guess. 92. Okay. So this is Custodes is 92. Okay, so we're not going to be buying here. So far, Winnipeg is still the winner. Yeah, let's go down and around here so we can grab that glowing spot on our way back up. Because I did in fact remember it. Okay. Right here. Just 1,000 bells. No. Did not mean to press that. See. Well. Oh. Interesting. I was gonna say, like, you know, L or R are for running. On here. R does this. L apparently... Oh yeah, L picks something up. So, actually going into the grab. Who knew? I mean, I'm sure plenty of people knew. I just didn't happen to be one of them. Anyway, let's go to where we're going next. Novum. Let me just swap out memory cards again. Onwards to Novum. Let's go. Yeah, I think my hope is that we can finish checking all my towns by 10, which seems fairly reasonable, honestly. Because if we can manage that, then I believe we should have enough time to buy 5 full sets of turnips in whichever of my towns I end up buying them in. 5 full sets referring to the amount I can buy. One set is what I can buy with, you know, full inventory's worth of money. So, yeah. So it's just a matter of getting that done. And then we will be good to go. Another town with rain. Second we've encountered today? Something like that. We're traveling between 18 or 17 towns. We don't have an 18th town yet. No map for this one. At the moment. There. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so let's start by going here and down we hook up to the dump and the shop, then down, Bangle, down one more, then across, down, and across, down, and then we'll come down here. I think here we're gonna go down like this. Here, over here. Okay, so when we get down here, go all the way down, then all the way across, then up one, then over to the police station. Okay. And yeah, there. Look at the map. Okay. So just kind of putting together my out through the town. It's definitely easier when I actually have the map on me, because then if I'm like forgetting my route, I could just bring up my map and, you know, double check. But doing it by memory like this should be helpful in honing my abilities. Nothing new on here. Of course, some, you know, as we've seen already, this ends up being unnecessary, as we just end up finding Joan much quicker anyway. Rainbow paper and octopus paper. This is the second time we've seen octopus paper today. Which makes sense. I've long said my theory that one of the things involved that affects the RNG is like either the date or the day of the week. I don't know which, but one of them. Thus, you often get like, when you look across multiple towns, you'll find some of the same items showing up. Even sometimes more rare items showing up multiple times on the same day. Yeah, stationery doesn't really get you much money. And that was most of what I was selling there. I guess what this is doing is getting me more confident in my ability to navigate a town without having a map on me. I just check the map once, make my route, and then just go and do said route. And, oh, wrong spot. $1,000 bells for me. 1,000 bells for you. 1,000 bells for all of us. Isn't that cool? Okay, and now we are by the cliff, which honestly makes me a bit more confident even in my ability, because I'm like, okay, I know now. Because like center acres, like acres that aren't on like bordering a cliff or don't have a cliff or a river splitting them up, they're a lot more like, okay, wait, where was I in this? But when we get to something like this, it's like, oh yeah, I know kind of much better now where I'm at. And all that jazz. Okay, so then down here we wanted down. Oh. Saw somebody was behind there. I'm like, is that Joan? I think it was not, so. Yeah, from here we wanted down to the beach. Ah, there's Joan. $105. Okay, so we're not buying here. 105. Actually, you know what? Let's switch memory cards. I always prefer to switch memory cards when I have the map open, and if I don't have a map on me, it's actually good idea to do it here. So let me just swap memory cards. Yeah, I like to do it while I have a map open so I can just make sure I don't swap out the wrong memory card. Accent, so I can just look up if I'm swapping, I'm like, wait, which one am I keeping? I can just look up at the map and know. So I have all my like town names written on my memory cards. Except for, I guess, this memory card, which I don't have a town on yet. The only empty one. Well, other than, I guess my memory card 1019 is also empty because of the fact that that one is the one that got corrupted on me. Lost my original Trantor, my original main town. Sad, but that was years ago. And we have my current Trantor, far better position than the old Trantor ever was. So, you know, worked out in the end. Okay. So how's everyone doing today? Hopefully you're all doing good, having a good Sunday, good weekend, all that jazz. And yeah. I'm just glad to be, you know, I'm glad to be doing the Toronto market again. I know I've been bad about, like, getting up early on Sundays, and that's why I haven't been doing much. The fact that it was 12-hour today actually weirdly makes it easier to get up early, because I'm like, because it's not just, it's not like a, oh, this is the thing I have to do everything. No, it's like, oh yeah, this is a one-time, like, you know, event thing I'm doing. Or, well, not a one-time, I do marathons, you know, on occasion, but like, it's not like a every week thing, so it's easier for me to, my brain to just be like, oh yeah, this is a specific thing you need to get up for, rather than this is a regular thing you have to do. Not that like the streaming is the part that gets, it's just the getting up for it, and also trying to get stuff, well, I don't know. Let me figure out my plan of attack here. So we're starting here. We'll kind of do that down. We're going to go like that. Actually, we want to go like there, 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 there. No, I don't like that. We'll check there, and then we'll go across, down, across, down, across, down, down. Back up here. From here we'll check. Do. No. From here we'll check. We'll clearly check that little corner. And down. There. I don't know, this is awkward. No, I think we are going to go. Check down there, back up here, here. I don't know. Yeah, okay. I do like actually doing it in that order. Doing this. So, okay, from here. Whatever. We'll do this. It's not ideal, but I can't just keep, like, going over my head, like, I just need to start running and figuring it out. Otherwise we're just stuck in, like, the mental loop of, oh, both of those paths have issues, but it's like, okay, they both have issues. You have to pick one of them. I mean, you could pick a different path as well, but, like, I don't think we have a perfect path through this town. So, I already messed this one up. So we wanted to go from here up here. But my brain was like, okay. You know what I need to do? I start buying those signs from Nooks and putting arrows on them and then just putting them up in various places throughout the town to be like, okay, this is the path you take. That's honestly not a half bad idea. Because if I'm not going to have my maps a lot of times when I visit other towns, having an actual having a sign set up to direct me around would help, honestly. I'll have to consider that at some point. Maybe make that my next project after I get my next major project. After I get all my islanders, which hopefully will be this week. I mean, we'll see how it goes, obviously. We still need 3 more islanders. That's the thing, so like, I just need 1 more town, but I need 3 more islanders, so basically what I need to do is create a town, check if I have an islander I need. If I do trade to one of the towns that has a double duplicate islander, then if not, just, you know, reset and try again. Once I've got both my towns as duplicate islanders, having new original islanders, then we go and create a final town with, you know, the final islander. Talking about the islanders here in Animal Crossing is probably more confusing now that New Horizons, you know, people refer to their villagers as islanders, whereas islanders in here refers to just, you know, 18 specific villagers that live on island. Okay, where do we go from here? Down, I think? Yes. Okay, and then we can get a map of our own, which will help. I need a map. Let's go. And while I'm here, do you have anything lost? Sure, let's grab your lost item. Yeah, I think we're not going to be like, when I go visit towns to, you know, buy terms, we're not going to like be seeking out the lost items, but like if we're if we come by here, we'll check them. But if, like, we find Joan sooner, we won't bother coming here, okay? Yeah, so from here we just want to go down towards the beach. And then, once we're at the beach... follow along. Follow along the water. Just continue following along the water until we get to the cliff, then we double back to where the bridge is and cross it for the next quadrant. Okay, so Joan is in the final quadrant, which would have been the second quadrant if I went with here second. But I want to go this way just so we got the map sooner, because this quadrant seems like it's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Okay. From here, I think we just want to go up here. Check across... Yeah, just check across this way. So from this side, this isn't actually that bad of a quadrant. Oh, right here. Sunday morning, yep. I know already. 1 on 3, okay. We're on the peg already? Oh, apparently we are. Okay, let me just swap out memory cards again. Winnipeg is still our current winner. For where we want to go. Winnipeg, or for where we want to buy turnips. For now, where we're going is ESS. And then, yeah. So far we've got, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, so this next one is the halfway point. We've been live for over an hour, but how much of that was been spent on... when did we leave Trantor? But I'm just trying to think about if, you know, we are going to get my, if we are going to get all my turnips prices figured out prior to, prior to 10 a.m. as I was hoping. Well, even if not, we shouldn't be too far off, though. 10. Like, I want to see it where we're. I want to see how long everything takes us to stream, and then we might want to be doing. I know, outside of today, we struggle to start Sunday streams at even 8 a.m. But 7 a.m. might be the ideal starting time, depending on how things go today, that will make the call. Okay, do we have a map here? No, no map. Okay, trying to think what's the best route to take here. Either way, we're going to be doubling back to something. Okay, I think we'll go here, down here, down one, then across till we get here, go up, there, back around here, down here, there, then up to the bridge, across, we'll check up there, back down here, there. And then we'll figure out the final quadrant after we get the map, assuming we don't find Jonah sooner, which obviously if we do, even better. We can sell the junk I have on me while we're buying nooks. Game audio is a little out of sync, I think. Should be better. Hopefully. Okay. So check over here. This one over here. From here we're going to go check up here. Just by the post office where I'm fairly certain we can't get Joan. Just by the dump where honestly I don't think have I seen Joan by the dump before? Wait, what was that? Oh, lime chair. That's a time chair. Like, time chair. What's going on here? Okay. This one we already looked through, so we just go down here. Okay, now I think we're moving and grooving in our exploration of town. And quickly check. Make sure Joe's not hiding behind the tree. Then go back up here and cross the bridge. Alright, that's the one with the little island in the center. Okay, so from here. I'll quickly check up here. No Joan. Okay. Back down here. We already checked here, so then we go over checking here. Check here and here. That's the edge. Okay, so I think we got those 2 quadrants done, and then coming down here. check over here. This is Lake Acre, so probably can't have Joan. And then here's where we can get ourselves a map, assuming as you do a quick sweep, if Joan's in this acre, I wouldn't bother getting the map, but and while we're here, you have anything lost? I have something lost, let's see what it is. Furniture, an orange box, aka piece of furniture that you start with at the very start of the game, so not something anybody would ever actually need to get from elsewhere for catalog purposes. Okay, so we'll go down there and check. Yeah. So I'm checking along the beach, which we often do find Joan on the beach. That's one of the more common areas for her to be. Like I said, I don't think she can be on the dock acre, but I think she can be any other acre along the beach. But she's on this side of the river at the very least, or along the beach. I mean, she could be here, but she's not. Okay, and then across the river. What order do we want to explore this in? So, first we'll just across, up, then we'll do a bit more weird stuff, but so we would have found Joan by then. Just trying to limit, like, doubling back over acres if we can, even though I know, like, the time I spend figuring it out may, like, outweigh any actual, you know, time we save by not doubling back, but it is what it is. And I mean, as we do, like, explore a town more frequently, we get a better feel for it, and in theory, it will, over time, become more efficient. Ghastly Feline, welcome in. Thank you for that sub. It's going well. Yourself? Let me just quickly check here. Yeah, how are you doing this fine Sunday? Yeah, so you now have 2 sub request votes you can use if you so choose to use them. Details are in the links Moobot post there. Obviously, you don't have to use them if you don't want to. You can use both on the same game, you can use them on different games, whatever you want. Or not at all. Yeah, you're doing super good stuff. Good stuff. I'm just doing some Animal Crossing here. Start of this today's 12-hour marathon stream. Looking for Joan so we can find out turnip prices in each of my towns and buy turnips wherever they're the cheapest. So here we want to go over here. This town, Joan is really making me work to find her. Oh, there she is. Let's see what she's selling them for here. 114, so no, we are not buying them here. Okay, just let me give you a moment to swap out memory cards so we can move on to UES next. Hey, when I'm putting headphone bud in my ear and some hair gets caught between. It's always awkward. Where do we go? Up here to exit. So yeah, we're going to UES next as we try to find out where turnips are the cheapest today. So far, Winnipeg is winning. 71 bells turnip. And yeah, once we figure that out, we'll just be bringing a chunk of money to the town where they're the cheapest and buying just a shit ton of turnips. As you do. And so currently my hope we'll see if we get any turnip, any prices, but currently, yeah, the plan is so we don't get anything better, buy them in Winnipeg. And the hope is, assuming we don't get anything more expensive, sell them in Toronto or in Pretoris during the week for a price spike. But what's really going to happen is tomorrow, whichever town, assuming we get a price spike in any of our towns, we'll probably just sell them in whichever town that is. Yeah. Why is my hand getting sore? We're just playing Animal Crossing. Second to drop the cap for my drink. We do meet again, Rover. Again and again and again. Another town with the rain. The rain falling down. Okay, do we currently have a map for this town? No, we do not. Okay, how do I want to explore this town? I think that's good. So down there. Yeah, so we go across here, all the way down, over, up, over, all the way down, over, all the way up. Then we go over to this acre. Okay, yeah, that sounds like a plan. This acre. Yeah, okay. And we'll figure out the last acre after we get a map if we need to. We might not need to. We might be good on. We might find Joan like sooner. I do have stuff to sell. Might as well quickly sell it while we're buying nooks. I'd like to sell this furniture 3. $7.95 is good for me. And onwards and outwards we go, I say, as we continue on with our day. find more junk. We got ribbon paper and a red grid shirt. What's wrong with the letter R? Okay. So yeah, I want to go all the way down here. And over. Oh, never mind. Found Joan right here and now. Always nice when we find her nice and early. I know already. Oh, exactly 100. I mean, not buying here, but... It is interesting seeing a number like that. Okay, I just swap out memory cards again. So we are going next to Unity, and we should be in Unity F. Okay. And during the week, like, yeah, starting tomorrow until such times we've sold all our turnips, what we'll be doing is we'll each day visiting the towns in the order from the highest price to the lowest. So like as of right now, I mean Trantor obviously is our main town, so we start there regardless, but then like as of right now, like tomorrow we'd be checking Praetoris, then Novum, then the Peg, then UES. Oh no, missed ESS. So Praetoris, ESS, Novum, the Peg, UES, Meltork 4, Custos, and Winnipeg in that order until we got a price spike. Of course, as soon as we get a price spike, because we're going from the highest down, as soon as we get a price spike, we know that's the best price we're getting that day. So we can just stop there and then just go grab all our turnips from Winnipeg and sell them there. Based on the current price, obviously, as we keep going, we still have more towns to check that could change. More towns get added in. Lowest could get lower, highest could get higher. I wonder if I should organize, like, should I just have them organized mostly by creation date with two technical exceptions? Technically, it would be at the top Meltork 4, Praetoris. Basically, Meltork 4 and Trantor would switch. I was going to say Praetoris was, but Praetoris, yeah, it technically keep its second place spot. It's just Trantor and Meltork switch first and third spot if it was in creation order. Okay, what are we doing here in this town? Something like that, I think. Go down here. Yeah, okay, so quickly check this spot, then go across here, down here, all the way across, all the way down, up one, check those out, check this, then go back here, quickly check those two, and then down here, that's where we can get a map, and then we can decide from there the rest of what we're doing. Yeah, the thing I'm trying to take into account is getting to the Lost and Found relatively quickly so we can grab get a map, and then makes it easier for me to plan. Okay, so here, what do we want to do here? So where we just want to go all the way across, I think. And of course, we're always just hoping we come across Joan sooner, so that we then don't need to worry about further planning, but you know, it's all down to the RNG. So what's everyone else up to today? Anyone doing anything interesting? Anything fun and exciting? Oh, so I'm going to be here for 12, well, I was going to say 12 hours. 12 hours total. We've already over an hour and a half in, but so playing this for now, and then later on another one of these acres that we're going to have a house on a spot like that. I really like that little outcropping like that. Yeah, so Animal Crossing now, and then later some Kirby games, and yeah. Exactly how much time we've spent on Animal Crossing versus Kirby, I do not know. How many Kirby games we've played, I do not know. Could just be the one, Kirby's Dream Land, if that ends up, you know. If when we finish Animal Crossing and switch over to Kirby's Dream Land, if that ends up taking the rest of the stream, cool. If we go through multiple Kirby games, also cool. 125, another expensive price. 125. Okay. So we want to go to Starship next, and we're currently in Unity. Just give me a moment to swap out memory cards again. Yeah, I definitely don't think we're getting all of our towns prices checked by 10 o'clock. It's already 9:47. Even just with the, like, the travel time, it'd be difficult. Never mind the finding Joan each time. But, you know, is what it is. We'll see how it goes. And yeah, starting at 7 on Sundays for turnip market stuff might be a better idea in the future if we can manage that. Like I said, we'll see exactly how things go by the end of today, and then, or by the end of the Animal Crossing portion of today. Or at least the turnip buying portion of Animal Crossing. We might do more Animal Crossing past turnip buying. We'll see exactly what we feel like at that point. If we want to keep going with some Animal Crossing for a bit longer, switch to Kirby almost right away after turnip stuff. But yeah, but then like future Sundays where it's just, you know, not marathon streams, but still apparently going to be longer Animal Crossing Sunday morning streams to do turnip market stuff. We'll see exactly how things go and what we decide. You know, it's one step at a time. are you, Rover? Doing your work for the mob. I know all about it. True story. Okay, where are we? Starship? We are in Starship. Okay, what do we want to do here? Ooh, this is a bit of a weird shaped one. Down here, along the river. Then up here. So, go along the river, down here, back up along the cliff. But here I think we want to just kind of like, pretty much essentially go diagonally up here, and then across like that, and here, kind of a back and forth thing. Quickly check there, something like that. Okay. And at that point we'll have a map so we can figure out the rest then. And all that jazz. Speaking of jazz, I don't know. I don't know where I was going to go with that. This is where we essentially want to just go over here. Yeah. Not that I think junk can actually be in this acre, but doesn't hurt to, you know. From here, we want to essentially go here and grab some junk from the dump, which we actually have. Ooh, a dice shirt and noodle paper. Noodles. Yeah, I think I'm trying to think. Also, I should realize we're gonna have to take breaks at some point. Probably do is go until once we're done turnip market stuff, like not just finding a price, but buying turnips. Then it's probably want to take a lunch break. So that's like still several hours away. Why am I going in here? For some reason, I thought those was Nooks. Or no, I think my plan was like, oh, if Nooks is here, so go inside. And then I was just like building. I didn't even really like think about. Oh wait, I have a map. What am I doing? I have a map already for here. Okay, well, that actually makes things much easier. I guess I just didn't even bother checking on this one. Yeah, so what was I saying? Yeah, still a few hours away from being done with turnip market, so. Not a super big deal, but just saying in advance, and then after that we'll do like still do some other Animal Crossing stuff until I decide I want to switch to Kirby's Dream Land. We'll do that, go with that until I either the end of the stream or until I again decide to, you know, switch to Kirby's Adventure. Yeah, also at some point I'll probably take, for a 12-hour marathon, generally take like 2 or 3 breaks. So if I take one, start at 8, so if I take one after turnip market, so that's like after 12, and then I take another one somewhere around 4, probably. Seems like a good break schedule. Okay, well, so I don't need a map, but we might as well at least check. Anything lost? Nope, nothing lost. Okay, and then from here we want to do I was trying to run behind the museum a bit just to make sure Joan's not hiding back there, because we had that one time where I just completely missed her because she was behind the museum, and just eventually had to be like, wait, what? After I'd like run across the entire town. I hadn't seen her. I'm like, what? Run back to the... And like, I thought about it for a moment. I was like, wait. Run back to the museum, check. Sure enough. She most likely can't be here, but we'll do a quick run around just in case. And finish off this quadrant. Okay, so then this quadrant... Oh, that's, yeah, super nice layout. So let's just go all the way up, then one over, all the way down, one over, all the way up. Again, another acre. I'm pretty sure she can't be by. So one over. This is an acre I'm not sure about. I feel like good chance you can't be by this acre. Hey fish, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? Okay, so now the final quadrant. How do we want to explore this? Here, 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 here. Actually, that sounds good. So down here, up, and then over. Quickly check over here. Oh, wait. Found her. I know already. 122. Another high price. 122. Okay. Oh, I am playing the stock market. That means I'm not buying from you here. Okay, so just give me a moment to swap to the next town, which is TRD. Onwards. Oh. Onwards we shall continue. Yep. Onwards and forwards. Until eventually, 10 o'clock. We got 10 o'clock here. Okay. So, 2 hours left until, we're no longer able to buy turnips. We still have a few more towns to check. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes, but yeah, I'm still going in the. I think future Sundays, just for standard Animal Crossing stream, 7 a.m. is probably gonna be a better time than 8 a.m. I mean, in general, I guess, you know, starting earlier is better than not. Like, I mean, all to an extent. There's no point in starting earlier than 6 a.m. because Joan isn't in town until 6 a.m., but 6 a.m. is also a bit too early, I think, for me. As a general rule. I've done 6 a.m. streams before. Oh, okay, I do have a map for TRD here. Good thing I checked. Okay, how do I want to go through this one? Go like that. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, so it was going to be there, down. Okay. We'll do this one quadrant at a time. Oh, I didn't need to walk over there quite yet. So yeah, this quadrant we can do without even doubling back at all. Grab the junk from the dump, a blue check shirt, and an icy umbrella. Not sure you actually want an icy umbrella, but, you know, use what you got. Let's just sell the junk before continuing on. I'd like to sell. Nope, that's it. Okay. So we go checking out down here. Okay, yeah, that's the cliff. Cliff definitely is nice, and like when Clifford River splits it up such that you know, you don't have to worry about like some of those big open acres where it's just like, if Joan happened to be like exactly opposite you, and then like if you were walking like around, Joan was in the top corner walking like the opposite way, like you could end up having it where you just like completely like run past her. If there's the cliff or the river breaking it up, that can't happen because there's no place to run past you without being seen by you. I mean, I guess it could still happen if, like, you're blocked by, like, you know, happens to be blocked by a tree or something. But, as a general rule, you're good. Okay. So almost done this quadrant. And then yeah, so that quadrant's done. On to the next. Quickly pop up here. Okay, then down there. Over here. Make sure you check the entirety of the acre, Eric. You don't want to be missing June. Okay, so that quadrant's done. This one nice. Wait. Okay, so if we go over one, down, over one, down, down, over, up, and then follow the river, we can actually end on the bridge. Okay. Actually, wait, I don't trust this little hiding spot behind the house. Ah, found you. I know already. Yep. 86. Okay. It's not our cheapest price today, but close. 86. I am making the big bells because I am playing. Okay, so next we're going to New York, New York. Let's go. Onwards and forwards. Here we go. Yep, I am leaving already. Don't know when I'll be back again. I mean, probably, you know, probably, what was I saying? Sorry. My brain just blanked there. Just checking it. I was quickly checking a notification while I was talking, and then my brain got distracted. Okay. So onward, so we're going on to New York now. We have Meltork 5, DSA, London, and Toronto left. So far it's looking like Winnipeg is indeed where we're going to be buying. We have quite a few that are over 100, so we should make a decent profit during the week. I mean, we'll definitely make a profit. Like, this many towns, we have to have, like, exceptionally bad luck to not make a profit. Okay, so another town that we do already have a map. How do I want to explore? Okay, if we go... No, okay. My brain is just like, wait, what? Yeah, I think that's probably the best, something like that. This acre. For this quadrant, I mean. Quadrant takes up many acres. Generally. I wonder what's the smallest quadrant you could have in this Animal Crossing, like... I mean, we know that the river can be right along the edge, but can, like, the cliff be right along... I mean, cliff I don't think can reach up to here, so I think, like, the cliff at worst case scenario, you'd have to have an acre, you have to have, like, at least parts of 2 acres in a quadrant. I don't know for certain. That's just a guesstimate. And it could be wrong. It could be entirely incorrect. Who was it the other day that was thinking I'm like trying to get every possible layout of every town? Because obviously that'd be impossible. Like there's so many. I think I saw the number one time of how many possible layouts you could have of the town in this game, and it's just like a redonkulously high number. You could probably try to get a town for every like possible type of acre. I'd have to do more looking into that on exactly what kind of on how many of those there are, but even that, I don't know how many towns you'd need to get to manage that. It's not something I like. It's not something even I would want to do, but it's something I'm curious about at least looking into. I just wait to say that also. It's like, okay, we're buying another 50 memory cards to create. No. I don't know. I mean, for all we know, like, with our 18 towns, that getting every type of acre is something we've already managed. Well, 17 towns right now, but... it'll be 18. Hopefully by the end of this week. Just have, yeah. We'll see how things go. I do have stuff to sell. We can do a quick stop inside Nooks. Okay, so I think we're done with this quadrant. Where's the bridge? So what do we want to do for this quadrant? Over, up, down, down. Yeah, pretty basic. Pretty basic run-through route for this quadrant. And then, so down and down, because this one we already checked. This is where we're just going to go across. Once we're done with this acre. To double back once more over there, or just to get back here after checking this one, but that's not too bad. I want to be limiting or doubling back, but it, you know, sometimes can't really help it. Okay, down here. Yeah, I think this will do. So just check over here. So then quickly over here. Down here. And back down. Okay. This quadrant is done. This one, we just want to we're just going to go across. So there'll be some doubling back, but whatever. Most likely we'll find her before we even have to double back anyway. This is the final quadrant. So, yeah, this is the, yeah, right here. I know already. 120, another high price. Bodes well for what our price spikes are going to look like during the week. Okay. So 4 more towns to check. So we are in New York. We're going to go to Maltork 5 next. Just let me swap memory cards again. Okay. While we're in the neighborhood. Anything lost? Let's see what it is. The second town today where we've seen one of the items in, like a tool in the lost and found, because in Trantor today was fishing rod. Which way are we going here? This way. Okay, and just straight up. Straight on till morning. You know what? Let's get to Neverland. And we are not Peter Pan. Although I guess our Animal Crossing characters do stay looking young forever, so, you know. I can understand the confusion. Definitely could understand the confusion. And, onwards and forwards we go. Where we will stop. Does anybody know? Somebody knows. Well, multiple people know, I mean, we know. Or do we? I suppose in theory, we could think we knew we were going, and then we get there and it turns out we were wrong. Anything is possible. smuggler. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Doom, 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 doom. Certainly yawning. Okay, another town that I have a map for. Yeah, I like this. Just gonna quickly check this acre first. Across. The nice thing with having like the map already is I'm not like concerned about enacting a route that will get me closer to the train station. Yeah, wait, it's all this net. There's the train station, the lost and found. Because I already have the maps, I don't need to worry about, you know, getting one to make it easier on myself. I wonder if it might be worth it to me. I am indeed trying to 100% the game. Yes, indeed. Welcome in also, Manright. How's it going? How are you doing? Hopefully you're having a good weekend. It's a good Sunday and all that jazz. Okay. I'm trying to do it also without time travel. I'm not using codes other than the stuff that requires codes. I'm not using e-reader cards other than the stuff that requires e-reader cards. And yeah. That being said, at this point I don't know if e-reader cards could get me anything that I don't already have other than, you know, Mario Brothers, which requires e-reader card. NES game that was hard to get. There are multiple NES games that are hard to get. There is first of all, there's the some of the games that require. Well, first of all, just some of the NES games that just are down to RNG and showing up in, you know, places like Reds or Island or whatnot. Then there's the ones that require codes from a code generator. And all those I already have. Then there are two that require e-reader cards, Mario Brothers and Ice Climber. I have Ice Climber, but I do not yet have Mario Brothers. And then there's two, Super Mario Brothers and Legend of Zelda, which have never got an official way of getting them. In theory, they were intended to be released via e-reader cards, but then the e-reader was a bit of a failure, so it never happened. My current plan is to figure out, or hope somebody else figures out, how to make the dot codes for the e-reader cards to be able to get those two games. But that's something I'm not actively working on yet. Well, because first of all, I hope that somebody else does it first so I don't have to, but if nobody else does it, I will eventually start looking into how to manage that. Just gotta do it one step at a time. Okay, so well, I'm just looking for Joan across all my towns, so I'm gonna be buying right here. Buying turnips from whichever town she's selling them for the cheapest in. Which is not this... No, not this town, it's Winnipeg still. So 87 here. 3 more towns to check. Okay, just give me a moment to swap out memory cards again so we can travel to DSA. Headphones. Also, I still need to buy new headphones. Forgot again yesterday. Keep meaning to buy headphones when I go do my grocery shopping, but keep forgetting. And these ones are getting even worse and worse. Like, some days I can't even hear on this one, on this side, this bud at all. It's so quiet. This one is still generally decent, but I think it's also starting to go a bit. So, need to get new headphones sooner rather than later. But yeah, looks like I collect video games. I do have a decent collection of games. That is true. Yeah. Okay. Not that you can see most of them. Because, like, there are some games behind me, but, like, say, like, that shelf there, what you're seeing over there, that's not video games, that's... Is that completely not... I think that's all just novels on that shelf. All Star Trek. Oh, no. Some Star Wars at the bottom, and some DVDs, or Blu-rays, or whatever. But mostly that. This one behind me has some decent video games. Like, this shelf is mostly video games, other than this, that's some books over here, but the rest of this is video games. This is board games here. Up here you can't really see it much, but actually I have some Nintendo Powers up there. I have some games over there. But yeah. And I have various other shelves throughout my room and outside my room that you can't see. Well, my office, I should say. Because that's outside my office, like my door is right here. I actually need to get another bookshelf, though, because my bookshelves that I currently am using are all pretty much full, and I have, like, just some piles of stuff on my dresser and on my... some other stuff. Get to collect complete in-box games, nice. Yeah, I try to get mine complete in-box when possible, and even when I don't, I'm not trying to... Like some of my older ones that I have from years ago, I don't have, but I still am trying. Like, I still actually need to put the game in the case, but I recently... Because Mario and Luigi Inside Bowser's Story, I got that one, just the game or whatever, and then just the other... Well, a couple weeks ago I bought it on the case and instruction manual on eBay and such. That's why it's still sitting on my desk. I haven't actually gone and put the game in it yet, but yeah. Okay, DSA, how do we want to explore this town? Oh, that's perfect. Okay, so go here. So all the way over here, down one, over, up, over, down, just across, down, across. And then from here, we'll go up. Something like that. I'll check those two. Yeah. It's be expensive sometimes. Yeah. Yep. That's a major problem with the used video game industry right now. Because what's happening a lot of the time is what people are doing is selling a game to themselves for a high price. So like, selling it on eBay or whatever for a high price and then buying it just themselves with another account. So that it then looks like the game is selling for a lot. And then people that are doing this often have just like tons of copies sitting in like a warehouse. So then they like do a few of those sales to themselves for these high prices. Let's say they do like sell a bunch to themselves for like $500 each, right? Then they sell like the rest for $200, and suddenly it's like, oh, that looks like, you know, a major deal compared to those $500 ones and such, and it's a complete scam. But, you know, but the thing is, when they're doing that, everybody else is then also thinking, oh, I can sell them for that as well, and then everyone else is jacking up their prices as well. And yeah. Meanwhile, when you have like, meanwhile, though, what happens though is a lot of them just end up sitting on eBay, or wherever, not being sold. And if somebody actually does go in and put in one for even cheaper, then suddenly it sells. So it'll be nice if more people would be like, oh, I could put it for the same high price as everyone else, or I could put it at a lower price and actually sell it. But unfortunately, not a lot of people think about that. They'd rather get the chance of the big payday than the much safer, smaller payday. Much more likely, smaller payday. And yeah, it is what it is. And of course, there are some games where it's just like, well, that are rare and then are going to be more expensive just regardless, where that's like, it's annoying, but it's not as like, even with those ones even more, sometimes more expensive, it's not as annoying because it's like, okay, yeah, this is annoying, but this, at least the price makes sense to be high. Like, I know, like, this was months ago. So I'll say this was like last summer, last spring, even a year ago, where I bought the Game & Watch game Donkey Kong Circus, which that was not in box. There were none complete in box on eBay when I was trying to buy it. I had to settle for just buying the game on its own, and that still cost me quite a bit. But it cost me less than any of the other, like, it cost me quite a bit, but compared to the other copy that I saw for sale, it was still, like, a lot cheaper than it could have been. I think I'm still going the route I intended. But I'm not 100% certain at this point. Gone to donation centers, looks like people are picking out all the good stuff minus the sports games. Ah, yeah. Yeah. It's the unfortunate thing with, you know, trying to get stuff that everyone else is also trying to get. But, you know, that's why I have my future purchase list. Well, I mean, that's not exactly why, but that's why it's nice that I went. Oh, here we go. Future purchase list split up into 2 different lists, depending on the price, you know, $100 and up, or less than $100. And so the $100 or less one is just like, I'm like, oh, boom, boom, boom. The more expensive one is like, okay, saving up, okay, buy this one. Saving up, buy this thing. And yeah. 91. Okay. Think Lost and yeah, here we go. So we're in DSA. We want to go to London. Just give me a moment to swap out memory cards again. And while we're here, let's just... might as well check. Anything lost? 5. Oh, I guess we never stop at this. Oh, we haven't probably haven't been to this town with my Rick here yet. Thinking about that. Because, yeah, probably London and Toronto, we haven't been there with Rick yet either, because that was where we reached the point of not needing to visit all my other towns regularly anymore. Other than, I guess, now Turnip Market, but we haven't done Turnip Market since I'd left far fewer towns. What are we at? 1036. Still need to check the last 2 towns. Remember when I said earlier that I was hopeful we would be finished checking the prices of turnips in all my towns by 10? Well, that was clearly not what ended up happening. Yeah, we'll sell this... Wait. Where are we going? Here's where we're going. We'll sell the junk here before we leave, just because my inventory is getting really full. Which is, I think, right up here, yeah. And then we'll move on to London, check turnip prices there, Toronto, and then probably going back to Winnipeg to buy turnip. Well, first we'll go back to my main town at Trantor to get money, and then like just a ton of money, and then bring it over to probably Winnipeg, maybe London or Toronto. We'll see what price spikes look like, or prices look like in those last 2 towns. I'm definitely thinking for future Sundays we're going to have to start at 7 a.m. to have enough time for Turnip Market stuff. And that is the end of that Dr. Pepper. To be fair, in this case at least, I started this Dr. Pepper actually like with yesterday's stream, so... The fact that it actually took me this long, and it was like, so it was over half empty by the time I started stream today, so the fact that it lasted me 2.5 hours into stream is actually not that bad. Ah, London. Okay. Where are we? How are I going to do this? Also, let me open my Mountain Dew now. I already grabbed this because I honestly thought the Dr. Pepper wasn't even going to last me this long. Okay, so how are we wanting to explore here? Ooh, this is a big quadrant here. Yeah, that's actually really nice. I like that. And then in this quadrant, trying to locate a PS5. Yeah, I'm not even worrying about PS5, right? I'm getting a PS5 at the moment. Guess this quadrant there, then down here. Here, it'll be like there, get the map, and then figure out what else we're doing. Okay. I'm actually thinking this might be the year I finally get myself a PS4. Yeah. Because, yeah, I've generally only, well, with more current systems, I'm trying to only get them when they actually have a game I'm specifically, like, looking to get. So, like, right now there's nothing on... Like, there's something on PS5 that I'm sure I'd like to play eventually, but there's nothing I'm specifically... Like, none of the series I'm currently working my way through have the next game on PS5. Or at least not exclusively on PS5. And such. Honestly, probably not even at all. Some of the series might have a much later game on PS5, and I don't think any of them would even have. Because most of the series I'm working on, honestly, are Nintendo systems. There's a few, like, third parties, some other series I'm working on, but yeah. New Final Fantasy is only going to be playing on it, and not the Xbox. Oh, yeah. Yeah, see, Final Fantasy is a series The next Final Fantasy game I'm going to be playing is Final Fantasy II. I'm working my way through, like, all the number of Final Fantasy in order, and so far I've just done Final Fantasy 1. So, I have a long ways until I get caught up on Final Fantasy. Oh wait, no, I wanted to stop. I already checked this out. But yeah. Yeah. So eventually I'll get up to what's the next one? 16, I think, right? Eventually I got up to 16, but that's a long ways away, especially because, like, I don't even know when I'll be getting, like, I have Final Fantasy 2 on my phone, on my iPhone, but I got it, like, a while ago, and I keep, like, being like, well, I have other stuff to do as well, and it's just like, we'll see how long it takes me to get up to playing it, especially because I'm already currently doing 2 RPG series with Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, and Earthbound. So I don't want to be doing a third RPG series at the same... I don't want to be doing 3 RPG series at the same time. I don't think, just because those are, you know, a bit more time-consuming games and such. I like to have a good mix of, like, longer games and shorter games, so that I have, like, a good variety. I mean, also I'm doing Animal Crossing, which is 100% that's long form as well. And then I'm also, well, not an RPG exactly, like Legend of Zelda is another series I'm working on right now, and that's also a bit of a longer form series. So, yeah. Well, to a certain extent, it also depends on, like, you know, beyond just, like, the length of games, like, what games. Like, it's like, Zelda games, while they're longer, like, I enjoy them a lot. Like, I enjoy RPGs, but, like, RPGs take me a bit to get into, I find. Legend of Zelda game I can hop into and I'm just, like, instantly hooked. Okay, here's the Lost and Found. I thought we were near it, but I was like, okay, that's a problem with not having a map. But now we can get a map. Sorry, just stretching. Just a bit. Hey, Follow Dude, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? And you're gonna have lost stuff here, I'm sure. 3, yeah. Grab those 3, might as well. You're doing good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Western fence. Can we go to an eastern fence as well? Tiki shirt. Okay, okay. I'm doing good. I'm, you know, getting close to 3 hours into this 12-hour marathon stream. And having fun. Still in the whole checking the Toronto prices in all my towns stage. Okay, so, we went here. So I want to go there. Yeah. Which is taking longer than I, like, expected it would. So I'm thinking for future Sundays, if we're doing Turnip Market, we want to be starting at 7 a.m. Ah, here we go. Here's Joan. But you know, it's a learning experience. You know, last time we did Turnip Market, we did not have nearly this many towns. So 86. Done memory cards wise. Like, do I have all my towns? No. I still have 1 empty memory card. We're gonna be we are still gonna be creating 1 more town yet. Possibly later today. Well, actually no. I mean, if we create a town today, it's to get an island to trade, because 2 of my towns still have duplicate islanders to my current town, so we still need to get new islanders to trade to those 2 towns before we actually create the final town. Anyway, let me just swap memory cards once more. And we can go to Toronto to find out the final price. See if I want to, though, try to get one of the Islanders yet today. I mean, good chance, because it's a 12-hour marathon, so we definitely have time. Just don't want to be spending too much time and not have any time for Kirby, but I don't think that should be an issue, unless we get really bad RNG. So I don't know yet what I'm going to be doing for my final town name. Terms can't escape. I mean, the unfortunate thing is we're not going to have as much time to buy terms as I would have liked because of how long it's taking to check all of the towns. But that is, you know, that is the thing we have to deal with. Situations like this sometimes. which is why I was saying yes. Hopefully, future Sundays we can start at 7 a.m. and then we have enough time to. So we start at 7, because yeah, it's 2:47 right now. We've been live for 2 hours 47 minutes. It's 10:51 right now. That's what I meant to say. Yeah, so we can check even once we get one more town up and make a big difference. But so it's about 3 hours to be finished checking all of the prices across all my towns. Okay, so we start at 7 a.m. That'll take us till about 10, and then we still have 2 hours to actually buy turnips. Well, 2+ hours, technically. 2 hours to start on the final set of buying turnips, I guess. So, because Joan doesn't leave, as I said before, Joan doesn't leave exactly at 12. At 12, as long as you still see her or are in the same acre as her, she will stay. As soon as you leave the acre and are out of sight of her, then is when she disappears. So, if you're in the acre with her at 12 o'clock, you still have more time to buy turnips until you run out of money, but yeah, okay. Oh yes, we're triple layer town here. So, how do we want to explore this one? Okay, something like that. Go down here. Something like that. Okay, so from here, so we want to go like over here, down, over, up. No. Something like that. Okay. Got the basic idea in. Okay, got lucky. Found her nice and early, that's nice. $91. Okay, so we got all the prices figured out. And let me just quickly scan to make sure that I am... But 71 is the best price on there. So yeah. So we need to head... First we need to head back to Trantor. So let me just go swap memory cards to head back to Trantor. So we can get start getting our money up and go to Winnipeg to buy turnips. And now the question is, how many sets of turnips do we want to buy? Because we have about an hour left. Just over an hour left. So we're not going to have enough time for 5 full sets. Do we want to go for... Do we want to try for 3 sets, or just go with 2 sets? And did we have money in Winnipeg already? I know Praetorius and Meltor 4 have... I don't think Winnipeg does, no. So, whatever money we're going to use, we need to bring over. We'll see how much time we have after. Snooze, welcome in with that raid. Welcome in, Kaya, Mama Bear, Ben, Rincewind, Louise, Naomi, Snooze herself, Sunny Drago. Welcome in, everyone. Little Red, how's it going? How was the rest of your stream? And thank you for the happy 7-year anniversary, everyone. Jack, welcome in. How are y'all doing? Let me give a shout out to Snooze, who's a wonderful streamer that y'all should definitely be following if you aren't already. As soon as the I button on my keyboard decides to work, there we go. And thank you for the follow, Louise Naomi. Very much appreciated. So yeah, so how was, I had Jackbox, yeah, because we were playing Mario Kart when I was there earlier, but how did, everything go? Got a raid and run? Oh, no worries. Enjoy your food, and thank you for the follow, Kaya. Very much appreciated. And, yeah. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Eric Barkman, variety streamer with a focus on Nintendo. Amongst other things, working on 100%ing GameCube Animal Crossing here, without using time travel, only using codes for stuff that requires codes, only using e-reader cards for stuff that requires e-reader cards, you know, all of 2 things, but yeah. And currently, yeah, I'm doing a 7-hour, I'm doing a 12-hour marathon, and it is my 7-year stream anniversary. Mixing up numbers. Why don't I? Okay. And currently also, it's Sunday, so we're going to be buying turnips. So, I just gone through all my towns to check the turnip prices, which took me about an hour longer than I was hoping it would, but I have a lot of towns. So, now we know which town we're buying from, though, so I need to go and get money for that. Okay, also, who moved out? Oh, what's her name moved out? Frog that lived in this acre. Next to Patty. I don't remember her name. What am I doing? So what we're doing right now is just grabbing a bunch of money, and I can also have 3. Oh, 1 second. Game audio sounds out of sync. Yeah, it was definitely a bit out of sync. And I can grab a bit more. Okay, now I do need to swap memory cards, because we are going to be buying turnips in Winnipeg. So just give me a moment to swap memory cards so we can go to Winnipeg. Okay. Yeah, for anyone who came in from the raid and, you know, is able to stick around, feel free to, like, you know, let me know how you're doing today. And, hey, if you're an Animal Crossing fan, who is your favorite villager? That's always a good question I find for people that like Animal Crossing. I know my favorite villager is Alfonso. Unfortunately, I don't currently have Alfonso here in my main town. I do have him in one of my secondary towns, the town of Pretoris. Taking a trip, yes. But yeah. Okay, so we're at exactly 11. Also just trying to do some time estimates of how much time I have for buying turnips. Because the money I have in my inventory right now, that's what I call a full. That's what I can. The amount of turnips I can buy with that, I call a full set of turnips. I'm just trying to think how many full sets of turnips I have time to buy. Probably 2, maybe 3. So what I'm going to do is bring this money over, come back, grab another full inventory worth of money, bring it over, come back, grab another, and grab a third, I think, and then we'll go and buy buy the turnips, and we might not have time for the full set, but I don't think doing a third trip to get money will prevent us from doing a second, having time to buy a second set. So I think bring 3 sets of money over. We might only have time for 2 sets of turnips, but we might have time for 3. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. This is why also I'm thinking on, yeah. Future Sundays, I need to start Animal Crossing at 7 AM, so I have enough time to buy as many turnips as I like after checking the prices. But, you know, it's a... I haven't done turnip market. Last time I did the turnip market, I think I had like maybe half as many towns as I do now. If even that. So, yeah. And that being said, I have since also figured out some tricks to make it go faster. Like, I only recently learned that, hey, I don't need to be going back to my main town between each trip. I can go directly from one town to another town. Okay, I do not currently have a map for this town. But yeah, I think we'll drop the money over here. Okay. Hey, villagers Kiki, but you like Drake's house the best. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you could definitely, that's definitely a thing where, yeah, you like one villager, but then you like things from other villagers. Trying to think which... I know which... well, Kiki is. Kiki is a cat. Drake, I want to say, is probably a duck, but I'm not sure. I'm gonna, as I'm heading back, I'm gonna go look him up. All I can do now. Let's see here. Google Drake Animal Crossing. Yes, he is a duck. I'm assuming introduced in a later game, because oh, he was introduced in Wild World, so that's why I'm not familiar with him. Because he is not in this one. He is in Pocket Camp, so depending on when he was added, I may have met him in there. But... added December 21st, 2017. When did the game come out? Okay, so I definitely met him in Pocket Camp, because that was just like a month after the games came out. But there's a lot of characters in Pocket Camp. Oh, actually, though, looking at his Pocket Camp picture, okay, I think I vaguely remember him. And you're saying you like his house in which game? So I'm looking, guys, to see actually here on Wikipedia they show his house in Wild World, which City Folk, which is Wild World and City Folk. He has a like identical house. Yeah, looks like it. Then New Leaf, it changes around a bit. And New Horizons changes around a... New Horizons is pretty similar to New Leaf, but not identical. Wild World, okay, yeah. Yeah, I do like his house there in Wild World. And once I'm done this game, Wild World is my next Animal Crossing, so... I think we lost somebody. Not sure who. So I guess I'll definitely get to check him out then. Okay, so We're going for a second chunk of money now. Oh, and I just saw we had somebody join the Discord, so just going to quickly give a roll to said person. And yeah, okay. Yes, we definitely had somebody move out because we have 2 letters there. Also, if anybody in chat happens to have any questions about GameCube Animal Crossing, I am, by virtue of doing this 100% playthrough, I have become one of the foremost experts on this game. There's a few areas that, you know, you'd be better off turning to, like, speedrunners for, certain glitches, or really any techniques used in the speedrun that, you know, aren't something that I, myself, am interested in using for this. But there's other areas, you know, where, you know, stuff that wouldn't be used in a speedrun because it's slower, like, where I'm probably more well-versed. Because one of the big things is because I'm not doing any time travel. I'm actually not entirely certain on, like, I know obviously if you, like, time travel forward a bunch, like, you'll get a lot of weeds, but I'm not exactly sure, like, all the exact details of how time travel affects everything. Like, I know also, like, time traveling forward can, like, ruin your turnips as well, but I'm not actually sure how, if traveling backwards affects turnips at all. No idea. Is there a way not to make villagers go away? No, not really. If you don't in this one at least, if you don't travel, villagers won't go away very often, but I think it'll still happen on occasion. But yeah. Yeah, it's not like with New Horizons where you can just tell a villager, no, you're staying. Sometimes in this game, villagers will ask you, hey, I'm thinking of moving, what do you think? And you can tell them, you know, oh, no, don't move, stay. Or, you know, yeah, I'm okay with you moving, or, like, you know. The exact answers, I think, depend on... I'm assuming it's the personality type of the villager, like, will affect, like, what exact... It'll affect exactly how they ask or tell you, and then that'll then, you know, affect exactly what the answers are. But even that's not a guarantee, because I definitely had villagers where it's like, I'm thinking of moving. I'm like, no, stay. And they're like, okay. And then they still move, like, next time I travel. Make them move quicker. In this game, travel a lot. Keep traveling, you'll keep having villagers move out, but you have no control over which ones. If a villager asks you about that they're thinking of moving, and you say, yeah, you should move, they'll be more likely to move out when you travel. They'll be more likely to be the one to move out when you travel next, but there's still no guarantee. It's very much down to RNG in this game. Very much so. Yeah. And yeah, unlike, like I said, New Horizons, where you have, like, just complete control. And I don't know for the others, like, Wild World City Folk and New Leaf. I don't know exactly how it is in those. I'm assuming those are somewhere in between, like, you know, as... I wouldn't be surprised if New Leaf is the same as New Horizons, where you can be like, no, don't move. But, I don't know. Not yet, anyway. One day. Once I finish 100%ing this game, I plan to 100% Wild World next, and then City Folk, and then New Leaf, and then New Horizons. Oh, just realized I have the wrong thing open on my other computer. There we go, our other monitor. Yeah, so we're going to grab one more full set of money. Wait, did I drop everything? well, other than the 9,999 because of the fact that I mean I could drop that in like, you know, smaller bags, but that's not worth it to me. Yeah, so plan to go through 100% each Animal Crossing game, one at a time. First go through all the main games, then go through all the spin-offs, and then, well, I'll be done Animal Crossing. Well, I'll be caught up on Animal Crossing, obviously. If there continues being new games, there continue to be new things for me to 100%. And also, after I've 100%ed each game, there's always the possibility of me speedrunning some of them, said Animal Crossing game at some point as well. And I can truly become the most knowledgeable person on this one. Because then I'll have to learn all the stuff that I don't, for this 100%ing, don't really care about, or I'm not interested in, but for speedrunning, like, well, now I need to know these glitches, now I need to know how to do this and that, and every which thing. And before you know it, and then I can put, you know, I mean, I could already, I guess, put one of the foremost Animal Crossing experts, GameCube Animal Crossing experts, on my resume. I don't think it would particularly help with any, like, you know, getting hired anywhere, having that on my resume. There's actually the worry that it might work against me if the person, you know, well, I mean, I was gonna say, it might work against me if the person, like, is like, why are they listing video games on their resume? That's a red flag. But then other people, I'm like, unless the person hiring is themselves a big Animal Crossing fan, in which case they're like, oh, I can hire him and then, like, pick his brain for Animal Crossing help. That's a real way to get a good job. I want to say Pierce was living here, so we lost Pierce. You never know. I mean, yeah. Not that I'm looking for a job right at the moment or anything. This is just speaking hypothetically. I mean, I'd love to get a better job. Yeah, somebody definitely moved on. I'm pretty sure it was Pierce. Definitely love to get a better job, but the problem is I feel like any job that I would be able to find that would be better in some areas would be worse in other areas, and it's just like and it's like, so as annoying as my current job is, it's just like, at least I'm used to it, so mostly. So I don't know that it's worth it to try to find a, like, at least, like, just look at, like, kind of, like, what kind of jobs are available around here, like, I feel like anything that would be better as far as, like, pay would be worse for hours. Well, yeah, and anything that would be better for, like, say, control over hours would be worse for number of hours. Anything that would be worse, or better for number of hours would be worse for control over hours, so both ways there, and yeah. So my current job, like, I have relative control over my hours outside of Saturdays. And I don't know, like, what hours I work, I'm available for, I mean. I don't have control over my number of hours, unfortunately, but generally I'm getting, like, I've been getting kind of a good amount of hours. Like, this past week was really nice. I got 24 hours this past week. This next week I'm only getting 18 hours, which, well, it's nice for the, just for the number of hours worked. Come payday, it's not going to be so nice. But, you know, it is what it is. Still do my do my taxes yet, and I should be getting a decent-sized tax return, so that should help even things out a bit. If my next paycheck is a bit on the smaller side. Now, I have several weeks of or several paychecks a bit smaller, then that could be a bit. Then I have to be just more careful, I guess, with spending. But that's the way it goes. Like, there's periods of less hours, so I can stream, stream better and more consistently, and then periods, but I'm not making as much money, and then periods where I'm, less consistent on stream, but get more money to get back to being like, to even things out. So it works out decently. We want to go to the police station first, I think, just to grab a map, and then we'll. Because we don't want to be. And if we find Joan just on the way there, all the better. But here, map, please. Map. There we go. Okay, so how do we want to do this? I think we're gonna go back to the top. Just start there. I like the train station as a starting spot, just because that's where you come into town. So like if I had a map, that's where I would have been starting. That's just my brain. Oh, that's the starting spot. Except for my main town, where the starting spot is, my house. Okay, so from here, we want to go. Yeah, we'll just quickly check this spot. Nothing. So then we'll go along here, there. That'll be this quadrant done. So ideally, we want to be spending all this money that we have here on turnips today, but might just get. Of the 3 sets, might just get 2 sets spent. We'll see. If that's the case, we'll just leave the 3rd set of money here for, like, potentially, like, next Sunday or whatever. There's a lot of stuff where we just need to get back into the habit of doing turnip market every Sunday, and then we'll slowly, like. The eventual goal is to have, like, just the 5 full sets of money just sitting in each town. So when I, like... Oh, I still need to check over here. So when I find out which town each Sunday, which town I'm going to be buying turnips, and I already have the money there, and then it's just a matter of going and... Or actually, even just 4 full sets, I suppose, thinking about it. Because, like, I can... The 5th set I can just bring with me. Yeah. Yeah, just a lot of things where I need to, I think, just get... Maybe even set something up so, like, I have... I don't know. I'm gonna say, like, have just, like, 4, like, areas, like, cordoned off somehow. Just so I can be like, oh yeah, this area when it's full, that's one full set of money, just so that it's easier for me to keep track of. Along with what I was saying earlier about getting also signs in each of my towns to, so that, showing me the, this isn't gonna work. Oh, whatever. We'll grab that later if I remember. Yeah, my inventory and my wall are completely full. And my letters as well. Getting signs set up, because, like... So, as I was saying earlier, and, anybody that's come in originally would have missed. You can only have so many, like, maps of other towns. So once, I don't know exactly what the number is. I think it's like, I'll say 8. It might be a bit more, but we'll say 8. So if you had a 9th map, then it goes back and, erases whatever the first map you got was, and it just cycles through them. So whichever one I'm assuming it's whichever either whichever map you got earliest, or whichever town you have a map for that you were in the longest to go. I'm not sure which it would go with, but one of those two. So with this many towns, I keep cycling through which maps I have at any given time. Which is why what I'm thinking is setting up signs with arrows on them to kind of determine each week what is the best route to take through each town, rather than having to figure it out each time, and then like trying to keep it in my mind as I'm exploring without a map until I get to this acre and, you know, grab a map. But if I have the sign set up, I can just, you know, follow the arrows, and that'll save me time and energy and brain power. All important things to save, if at all possible. Yeah, just overall trying to think of the ways to make it as efficient as possible so that we can maximize our turnip purchases on Sundays and thus maximize our profits during the week. Okay. This is, yeah, so that's... Oh, this is a very... this quadrant is very nice for exploring. We just go from one side to the other, go up one side to the other, go up, go one side to the other. Make sure she's not behind here. Nope. Also, if at any point you see me like running past Joan and just completely missing her, feel free to point it out, because sometimes like my brain just misses the obvious, or sometimes even less obvious. Sometimes you just like see her right at the edge of the screen or something. Wow, we are not... Ah, here we go. Right. Okay. So... I do realize I made a mistake. This mistake is not going to be obvious, probably, but does anybody know what mistake I made? Anybody can guess, you get a virtual cookie. Not even a virtual cookie, an imaginary cookie. Well, that's not a big mistake, but it's just something to be aware of for future instances. I'll just drop a chunk of this money right here, and then we'll start purchasing turnips. So, I think, no idea, yeah. So the thing I want to be doing when I'm coming to, you know, one of these towns to buy turnips, is right now I actually want to be bringing my axe rather than my shovel. And the reason for that, ideally I'd like to be bringing both, but that would take up a spot that I would have to use for, that I could otherwise using for money. The reason is so that I can start clearing out the trees, because whereas my main town, yeah, I want, you know, a lot of trees and such. In my other towns, I'd rather clear out the trees, so it's easier for me to keep track of things like where I have stuff and not taking up space that I could be using for dropping the turnips and such. Well, that being said, so yeah. Yeah, it could be, the thing is, though, you can chop down the trees with the axe, but then you still need the shovel to get rid of the stump, so... I mean, chopping down the trees at least, like, stops... Like, while you're still taking up the spot, at least once it's just a stump, it's not blocking the view. So yeah, so I think that's what I want to be doing moving forward when I go to a town. And once I get to the point of, you know, having a lot of trees chopped down, then I can start bringing the shovel to, we're gonna drop these right here. Then I can, switch over to the shovel so I can get rid of the stumps. But, yeah. Yeah, this acre isn't too bad. Has quite a lot of open space, but some acres, it'll be like, oh, there's going to be very much more limited space. It'll be much harder to actually, you know, where every bit of ground counts. Like, especially if you get like Joan and an acre that's like split up because of the river or a cliff and such. Those ones you like, you know, depending on how much it's split up, sometimes those ones you're just like, oh, let's actually just reset Joan, try to get her somewhere else, because I'm just not going to have much room to buy here, or to drop the turnips, because it's the thing, like, the turnips take up so much more space than the money that I'm using to buy them, as you saw, because, like, I came here with a full inventory's worth of money. I'm going to have a lot more than a full inventory's worth of turnips. And plus, and that's even taking into account that, well, no. I was going to say that's, well, actually, never mind. I was going to say it was actually the reverse. It didn't make sense. I was going to say, because money I also have, I do still have the extra, like, money, not just in the inventory, but also in the wallet and in the letters, where you actually can't put turnips in letters. True story. No leaving a hole here, please. Game, come on. 69, nice. Yeah, we're easily gonna get this set of turnips, and then we'll have time for another set, but I think that is gonna just, yeah, be 2 sets today. And that was starting at 8 a.m., so yeah, so... Yeah. That's just the thing. So next Sunday, we're going to have to start at 7 a.m. Which... Not ideal, but it is what it is. I just need to get better about, you know, making sure I go to bed at a reasonable time on Saturdays. Which even yesterday, like, I went to bed at what time did I go to bed at? I want to say 10:30 or so, which isn't too bad, but then I woke up at... Well, I had my first alarm set for 5 a.m., then for 5:20 and for 5:40, and I got up at about 6 a.m. so that I could stream at 8 a.m. So, I find, yeah, having like 3 alarms set 20 to 40 minutes apart is kind of what I need to properly wake up. To properly wake up earlier than just when my body is like naturally wants to wake up at. Because generally on like Mondays, for instance, I don't set an alarm. Mondays and Thursdays, I just wake up generally whenever my body's like, okay, yeah, this is when I'm ready to wake up. Trouble getting to bed before 12:30. See, I often work at like, I mean, as early, I can start work as early as 4 a.m. The last couple of weeks it's been 5 a.m., but I need to go to bed a lot earlier than 12:30 if I'm working at 4 or 5 a.m. So whatever time I go to bed at, you have to add at least another hour before I'm actually going to be, like, falling asleep. Sometimes even longer. But, yeah. Because I'm not a person that just, like, goes, lies down, and I actually fall asleep. I'm the person that it takes a while for me to fall asleep. Use 3 to 4 within 3 minutes. If you ignore those, you won't be up at all. No, see, because the thing is, also the reason I do, one of the reasons I do it is because after the first alarm, what I do is I turn on my space heater, because I don't like my space heater running overnight. But that way, if I turn it on after the first alarm, by the time the third alarm goes off, you know, it's nice and warm in my room, easier to get out from under the blanket. And such. So first alarm is kind of like, okay, turn on space heater. Second alarm is, okay, start waking up. And third alarm is, okay, get out of bed. Yeah, that's kind of the way. That's kind of my whole process. Okay. Oh, hey, actually, right next to each other. Was that the... Oh, let's grab these last 3 bags. Honestly, think about it, like, 71 is our lowest price, but honestly, like, that's not even, like, overall the prices this week skewed kind of higher. So that does actually mean, because, like, if this price was, like, you know, in the 50s or even the 60s, you know, we'd be getting a lot more turnips per amount of money, and thus this would be taking even longer. 71 is honestly not too bad, but it's still quite a difference from, say, like, what's the highest price? 129? Yeah. So, you could still get quite a significant profit if that's where we end up getting a price spike. Price spike is when the price Nook is buying for is 8 times what Joan was selling for. That's why I have so much... So, like, there's a text in it, but then there's a lot of black space between the text and the game or whatever. And I was wondering earlier why I had so much space there or whatever, because I was like, oh, is that because of how much space, like, when I put in the turnip acres, that's going to take up? But I'm like, thinking, that doesn't seem right. And then I'm just now realizing I was doing a thing where I'd also write down what the price spike would be and then what amount of profit that would give me compared to where I bought them. I don't know if I actually care enough about putting that in, though. So, I don't know that I'm going to do that. Let's go take the money out of the presents here. And yeah, because we grab all the money off the ground. I just saw somebody running towards my turnips there. No, don't even think about it. They're my turnips. Okay. Yep. Oh. Yeah, so I might resize that text. When we're done this. Like, I mean, when we're done buying turnips today. I'll consider. I'll also see exactly, like, when I fill in the Turnip Town and Turnip Acres, exactly how far that goes across. But Turnip Acres, that's just like, you know, a letter, a number for the acre, and then like a comma and a space between the one letter and the next, or one acre and the next. So that's not. Yeah, see, this is where the have to be careful not to miss that turnip when I'm eventually picking them up. Anyone else buying turnips in any Animal Crossing today? Whether it's this one, New Horizons, or anything in between. Anyone else trying to make the big bells? Okay. Should check on your GameCube town. Oh yeah. Probably not buying as many as me though in the GameCube one. For how much you love and play, you never had a statue erected, never had a perfect town. Oh, interesting. Yeah, perfect town can be tricky. I know, like, as a kid, when I played, or a teenager, I guess, when I played this as a teenager, like, I always struggled to get a perfect town. I could never manage it. As an adult, I haven't had much trouble, though. Basically, I didn't even bother, like, you know, because when you talk to it, it's like, oh, areas where there's very little green, blah, 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 go to acre, whatever, and see what is amiss, right? I didn't even bother, like, looking at that to figure out what I need to improve. I'm just went through acre by acre and was like, okay, I need this many trees in this acre. Okay. Got this many trees in the acre nicely placed. And just went through acre by acre until I got the town I wanted, and yeah. Basically, I just put 12 trees into each acre, other than the Wishing Well and Lake acres. Some other towns it doesn't matter, but you can still get that many trees in any acre other than those two. Those two, you just can't get 12 trees no matter what you do. But as long as you have like 12 trees, and like what I also did is like I got rid of all the initial trees, so I also made sure, because like sometimes I think it doesn't like it when they're like trees are next to each other, which you can't get from trees you make, but I think it can happen with like starting trees or something. I don't know. But just getting rid of all the initial trees and such, because initial trees can be in bad spots, but any trees you plant yourself won't grow if they're in a bad spot. So I also did this as part of my whole thing of, you know, replacing all the trees in my town with fruit trees. Yeah, so it's a bit of a task, but one that I have accomplished. I mean, twice. I guess I accomplished, because I accomplished that in the original Trantor, the one that I lost to memory card corruption. I accomplished that again in my current Trantor. I say original Trantor, I mean like my original Trantor of like this, you know, my original streamed Trantor, because like I said, I'm pretty sure my town way back in the day when I was a teenager was also called Trantor. but I don't know for certain because I haven't had that one for I don't know how long, and that was, you know, long before streaming was even a thing, so it's not like I have any evidence one way or the other of anything that happened back then. Unless one of my friends still has a town that has somebody that moved from that Trantor, I guess. That's entirely possible. There could still be some evidence out there somewhere. Okay. Do you want to buy more? Does a fish swim? Okay. Yeah, the statue erected I don't even find... I mean, that I don't find too difficult, because that I don't even really need turnip market for. That just like... oh, I guess my main pre-turnip market for early game, my main way of making money is the island, which if you don't have a Game Boy Advance and a Game Boy Advance link cable, you can't really do, which I don't remember. I don't know if you have or not. May have mentioned at some point, but I have the memory of a goldfish. For a lot of things. People think, oh, you probably have a really good memory because, like, I know all this stuff about Animal Crossing, but, like, a lot of it is just because it's just, like, you know, I keep checking it time after time after time, and eventually it just sinks in. Also, you know, I have all these lists, like, I mean, right now it's just the turnip list price open, but, you know, I have all the different things I keep track of with lists and charts and spreadsheets and such. I mean, not so much charts, I guess. Lists and spreadsheets to track so many different things about so many different things. Almost done buying this set of turnips. Ooh, almost all of it goes into my wallet now. One bag left, so I'm not sure if that means we will run out of money on this go, or if we will fill up our bag once more. Onwards and forwards we go. So the game might be a little out of sync again. Feels like it might be. Where's my mouse? I don't know where my mouse was, but I right-clicked and nothing seemed to happen. See, I have a wireless mouse, and you know, I click a button to wake up, but that also, you know, actually causes the button to click. Because sometimes, like, it falls asleep forever, and I have to, yeah, I have to click a button to wake it up. didn't see anything happen there when I clicked it, which is worrying to me. I just dropped from frames, which is unlikely to be... Well... No, that could be a minor thing, just I guess waking up, connects through Bluetooth, and then that just like temporarily the computer's like, what's happening? I don't know. Dropped 42 frames, which is nothing like to worry at all about. In fact, that's to delight the universe and everything, so I think we all just became a little bit smarter. I think that's what that means. Where are we at? 11:46, yeah. So we are going to have time to buy one more set of turnips after this, but that's going to be it. But that's not too bad for getting back into the turnip market. And figuring out exactly like how long things take and how I want to do things. Bag. Okay, bag was full one more time yet. The money is almost used up. Final two. So then we'll just buy a few more. And we'll go grab another set of money, find her again, and yeah. We have about 10 minutes left to do that, so that should be fine. Because... what do we have? I think that might be... I mean, I'll still say, you know, another 100, but I think that this is where she'll say we're out of money, right? Yes. So we will just drop these. Oh, we're at exactly $9.99. Okay, so let's go grab the next set of money and then find her again. And yeah. All we're going to have time for. We have 10 minutes to find her once we've picked up this money. Okay, so with this set of money, we're gonna get one or two less packs of turnips because we have, you know, exactly 9,000 less bells. Okay, what was the path we took again? Same path again, and we should hopefully be able to find her within these next 10 minutes or so. And then once we find her, we're good. We just need to stay in the acre with her, and she won't disappear until we leave the acre. But as long as we find her before 12. is the important thing. Okay, so everyone keep your eyes open as we're looking for Joan. And then after that, head back to Trantor. Because after we buy this out of Turnips, we'll head back to Trantor, and then that's probably when I'll take my lunch break. Yeah, because we're like almost, right now we're almost 4 hours in. Once we finish with the turnips here, we will be over 4 hours in. So that's a third of the way through. Oh, actually, we can pick up this bag of money right now. Forgot about that. That's convenient. You know, I just thought of something. If on the final quadrant, or final quadrant, if once we're done spending this money on Joan, if we're in an acre with a rock, we could actually try to get just a bit more money. Check if the money rock, get just a bit more money to spend on turnips. You know, like probably not, but you never know. Like, you never know, and you might get just a little bit lucky. See, I don't want to be going and spending like time like checking every rock in town or anything. That's not worth it. But if we're finishing in an acre with a rock, then spending that just, you know, then that could be worth it. It's like that acre has 2 rocks actually. So like if that was the one, that would be a bit of an awkward one because like that's like, you know, broken up by the cliff and the river such that it's a very small section. We'd have limited space to put the turnips on the ground after buying them. A lot of people staying around the lost and found. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Okay, what time are we at? 11. Okay, we have like 5 more minutes to find Joan, but yeah, we're fine because we've checked 3 of the 4 quadrants. We have 1 quadrant left. What's our? Oh, this is the one that's just across. Okay. Ah, here she is. Okay, so as long as we stay in this acre, she won't leave. Even if and yeah, I mean, right now, if we were to leave, she wouldn't even leave until 12 o'clock. I'm just going to clear out. Oh, yeah, there is even a rock here. I might check that. For now, we're going to drop our money over here, though. That's the next acre, so we want to leave those. We'll dig up these. Mini Sproid. anything else that's buried here. Just want to make sure I have... we won't worry about this stuff on the beach. That just ends up being messy. I'm just going to quickly check if either of these are ones that we need for my one character's house, where I'm trying to get a complete collection of gyroids in the house. So a mini Sproid, no, and a Mega Puffoid, no. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably sell them afterwards, but for now I think we are good to go. I just realized I forgot to mark down. Okay, we'll have to, after this, also go check which acre the other one was in, so we can mark the other stuff was in, so we can mark it down. Just realized I forgot to do that. Yeah, we're good to go. So we just need to make sure we don't leave this acre now. Because now that we've talked to her, if we leave the acre, she'll move to another acre. And the chance of us finding that before 12 is highly unlikely. It's not impossible. Like, if she was just, you know, the next acre over, it would be doable, but... It, you know, could be the next one over in any direction, so, you know. Or it could be not the next one over. We would have no way of knowing. Okay. Yeah, so we are good, and we just keep going until run out of money. And then. Okay, so now be careful to... Sorry, I had to sneeze there. I'm just seeing where the edge of the acre is, so go right here, and then we drop the money, or the turnips. Okay, now we can't leave the acre. I mean, well, now if we leave the acre, Joan disappears unless she happens to be, you know, if she happens on the edge of the acre, so we can still see her in the next acre, she won't disappear as long as she's within the line of sight, but yeah. So we just work our way through all of this money and her turnips, and then we're good to go on turnips for today. So it was just 2 sets of turnips that we bought today. But if we can start an hour earlier on a Sunday, and also just do a few things to speed up the process a bit, 5 sets on a Sunday does seem doable. Okay. Just a matter of getting everything down as far as our process goes, and so that we can start just like massively increasing our money every week until we max out our savings account and get that post office model. The sooner we get that done, you know, the sooner then we don't need to worry about the current market afterwards. So with every aspect of this game, we, you know, get completed. That's one less thing to worry about. One more thing that's just done. And in the end, we'll have had such an amount of fun. I worry that sounds sarcastic. That's because, like, I realized the rhyme. I'm like, oh, let's go for the rhyme. I'm like, is that going to sound sarcastic? Let's try not to make it sound sarcastic. I think it just ended up making it sound more sarcastic. So I'm having fun with this. Like, yes, some stuff like this is like repetitive and such. But you know, I also don't mind the repetitive stuff. Obviously, I'm worried that it's not interesting for those of y'all watching, and that's why I'm trying to, like, you know, keep talking, even if, like, right now I'm just talking about the fact that I'm trying to keep talking. But yeah, it is, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes, and on the flip side, sometimes when I do stuff in games that isn't repetitive, then I'm having to concentrate more on the game, and that's I'm talking less anyway, and such. I know how that, like, earlier in the week where I was doing Tuesday, I think it was, where I started with Animal Crossing and then switched to what was Zelda Triforce Heroes, and suddenly, like, when I went, you know, from Animal Crossing to Triforce Heroes, I was expecting, you know, going from just, you know, whatever I was doing in Animal Crossing to, like, repetitive stuff in Animal Crossing to, like, actually, like, playing through a game, like, and making progress and solving puzzles and such. Expected, you know, stream would go, like, you know, careful here, would, like, that would be better for the stream, but no. It seemed like, you know, viewership just dropped down precipitously when I switched games, which I don't always understand. Like, I understand, like, you know, certain people are only interested in certain games. That's perfectly fine. Like, if you're just here for Animal Crossing, you're just here for Animal Crossing. I understand. I just don't always understand why people are here for certain games but not others. Like, I understand that is a thing that happens. It's just, you know, like, for myself, if I'm watching a stream and then they switch to, like, a horror game, like, especially, like, Dead by Daylight, I often, like, will head out at that point. Not always, sometimes, like, depending on the streamer, I might stay, but I think that's the kind of thing that, like, you know, just not my thing. But yeah, I just don't always understand why people do and don't like certain things, or do and don't, or even sometimes it's not even that they don't like, it's just like, you know, they're not necessarily interested in, because I mean, certain games also, I mean, you're more interested in playing than watching, I guess. It's, you know, it's interesting. Humans. Yeah. Humans are weird. I'm also worried that this is coming across as me complaining, because I'm not trying to complain it, I'm just trying to, you know, I'm just trying to keep talking, honestly. And then my brain goes to, like, you know, things that I don't understand. Because if I don't understand something, I like to understand stuff. I like to, you know, if I don't understand something, I like to know what, I like to make sense of it. Whether that's, you know, me just logicking myself to an explanation, or, you know, somebody else being like, oh, this is why that is. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine with people, like, telling me, like, oh yeah, this is because of this. Something that I wish I would actually happen more often, because sometimes I'm like, yeah, okay, I can, like, you know, spend the time on, like, figuring this out, or, you know, somebody that's actually an expert on the matter can just be like, hey, here's the answer you are looking for. But on so many things there aren't experts. There's, you know, just a lot of people fumbling around for answers and doing the best we can. And that's a lot what streaming is. Because, or really any kind of entertainment, because it's like, there's no, like, easy answers. Because what works for one person doesn't work for another person, right? Like, when you start Twitch watching anyone, the categories you're interested in, and then head out. Oh yeah, makes sense. Yeah, like obviously, if you know, if you're not enjoying something, you know, don't stick around. But and different people enjoy different things, so you know, you're never gonna like, you're never gonna please everybody. And with streaming, a big part of it is finding out what works for you and also works for some viewers. It doesn't need to work for all. I mean, like I was just saying, it can't work for every viewer. But it has to work for at least some viewers, because if it doesn't work for any viewer, then obviously, like, if it works for yourself and not anyone else, you're just going to be, you know, streaming to no one. And that's fine. Like, if that's what you want to do. Like, you just want to do your own thing and don't care about being watched, that's fine. But if you want to build viewership, you do need to, you know, make sure your stream is for other people and not just yourself, but it needs to be for yourself as well. Okay, the platform for a friend for Twitch. Oh, Twitch Plays Pokemon. Yeah, I remember Twitch Plays Pokemon. That was back in the early days when I was still new to it. Because I think I was already on Twitch when I learned about that. But I hadn't been for long. Or maybe that's how I learned about Twitch. I don't know. It was definitely early days for me, at the very least. And I don't know that I ever, like, I think I watched it a little bit on occasion. I don't know that I ever entered commands, which is why I'm not completely sure that might have actually been before I even made an account then. I know the reason I made an account was when Felicia Day started streaming, to follow her. But yeah. Meanwhile, now I'm not even sure the last time I even watched her stream. But yeah. And I mean, my first stream was 7 years ago, so I've been on the platform for at least that long. I'm trying to remember how long I've been on the platform before I started streaming myself. I don't know. So I've probably been on Twitch for 8 or 9 years, though. Probably something like that. I could probably like find out my account creation date. I mean, actually, yeah, I could, if I just go bring up my, let's see here. Account created November 17th, 2014. So that's actually only like, so December, January, February, March. So that's only like 5 months before my first, because like 7 years ago, 2022, so 7 years ago was 2015, yeah, so it's only like, yeah, 5 months. So it's only 5 months between when I created my account and when I streamed for the first time. Huh. Yeah, I didn't think it had been too long, but 5 months seems like very short, but... Yeah, granted, there was a decent chunk of time between my first stream and my second stream of like... Okay, my first stream was, yeah, April 24th, 2015, but my second stream wasn't until like a year later, I think February of 2016 then. Yeah, 20. So Which is why some people might think it might make more sense for me to be celebrating from like when I started regularly streaming rather than that first stream, but you know. Even if that wasn't the start of me regularly streaming, it was still the start of me streaming, so that's what I am celebrating. Theoretically, I guess I could celebrate both, but also I guess the when I started regularly streaming, that was if that was February, that was also that'd be close to like my birthday, so I'm already celebrating my birthday in February, so you know. Hey, not pro yet. Welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? All that being said, my affiliate anniversary is next Sunday, so I'm still, I guess, celebrating those close together. Probably not with another 12-hour marathon next Sunday. But we'll see. Well, I mean, to be fair, the 12-hour marathon was... Well, I decided to do it today. It wasn't like I'm like, oh, anniversary stream, let's do a marathon. It was, oh, I've unlocked a marathon stream from reaching 400 followers on Twitter. When should we do it? Oh, my anniversary's coming up. Wait, let's stream anniversary is coming up. Let's do it then. So I guess if I unlock another 12-hour marathon in the next week, maybe I'll do one for my affiliate anniversary next Sunday. But actually, I guess if I finish beating Smash Bros. Ultimate this week, I would unlock another 12-hour marathon. You're good? Good stuff, good stuff. I just don't know if I want to do 12-hour marathons 2 Sundays in a row. It's always a tricky thing of deciding, like, you know, how to schedule things out. That's why, like, for a lot of things I just have, like, you know, oh, these are my rules in place for figuring out my schedule. But then there's, yeah, sometimes comes up. There's some times where I still do need to make decisions, like, you know, this is the, you know, thing that unlocks a 12-hour marathon, but I still need to decide then which Sunday to do the 12-hour marathon. The marathon streams are always on Sundays because, well, because I don't work Sundays and I don't work Mondays, so then I have the Sunday to do the stream and the Monday to recover. And if it's a 24-hour, then it's also going to continue into Monday, so haven't done a 24-hour stream in a while, though. There's a few things that could unlock a 24-hour marathon stream, but we'll see if any of them happen in the near future. One of the things is reaching, what is it, 60 subscribers or something like that? That's not happening anytime soon, most likely. I think getting caught up on beating all the main series Metroid games is probably the most likely thing that could be unlocking a 24-hour... Yeah, did I say all the main Metroid? I just meant all the Metroid games. Might not have said main, in which case that said what I meant, but yeah, beating all the Metroid game, getting caught up on beating all the Metroid games would unlock a 24-hour marathon. But that's still a ways away. That just feels like probably of the things the most likely to happen in the... Yeah. Largely because that's also something that's like completely down to, you know, or almost completely down to me, like... Because like obviously... subscribers, other than, I guess, if I gifted out, like, 50, whatever, subs to reach 60, I guess that would be a thing, a way I could technically reach it, but that would, you know, be rather expensive. Whereas, like, working my way through the Metroid series, I mean... kind of have control over when that starts. Like, technically, like, you know, the next time I have an opening, I do a poll on Twitter to determine what I play next. But I mean, if it's, you know, between, you know, 3 series nobody's heard of, which, because I continue to bring on the 3 series, though, lost the previous poll against Metroid, Metroid's probably going to win. But you never know. Maybe, like, Art of Balance will pull an upset one of these days, and all of a sudden I'll be playing Art of Balance How's the stream going? It is going well, and uptime, we've been live for 4 hours and 12 minutes. So, a little over a third of the way there. Okay. When do I play Balloon Fight in AC? Probably after my lunch break. So once I'm done buying turnips here, we're going to head back to my main town. That's probably when I'll take my lunch break. And then Balloon Fight will probably be shortly after that. I'll do a round of that. And hey, Dragonfly. Yep, 8 more to go. How's it going? How are you doing this fine Sunday? Okay. So yeah, doing a round of Balloon Fight is usually the last thing I do with Rick before switching over to, like right now, creating another town that I do at the end of the Animal Crossing portion. Exception being sometimes if I'm like, say on a Saturday stream, if I'm like waiting for KK Slider to show up. If I start on time, I'd be waiting for KK Slider to show up after doing everything else. Then I might do that a bit sooner, but yeah. Good, just working your natural Japanese island. Nice. How's that coming along? Slowly. I mean, slowly but surely is sometimes just the way to go at it. Okay. After all, Rome wasn't built in a day. It was 2 days. No. How long was... I mean... It's exactly what counts as a town being built. Because, like... Obviously, well, going for it starts out, settlement, becomes a town, becomes a city. But, yeah. Okay. We're almost done with buying turnips for today. Oh, bag is full, so we still have a bit more money that we can spend, presumably. Just need to be careful when we're taking these turnips during the week that we don't miss any. Yeah, so this is the last... Well, actually, we're going to quickly check right now. Oh, not the money rock. Because I was saying earlier, it's like, if we're in an acre with a rock, we could check it if it's the money rock and just get a bit more money. So this time we'll probably run out of money. Before our bag... Yeah, I don't think our bag is going to fill up. Completely fill up again. I think this is the point where we're just going to run out of money. But... Actually, we're probably getting... How much money were we at? Probably getting 6 or 7... No, 10. 9 or 10. I think 9 or 10. I don't know. See, I probably don't know. Wasn't paying too much attention to where my money was at. No, we'll see. We'll see how many packs I get from this. Or what I have remaining here. And then we'll have. Oh yeah, we do need to actually go check what acre I dropped the other one, brought the other ones in, because I didn't mark that down. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of money. Not exactly 10. Okay. Ah, didn't highlight that last one. And we're at exactly 99 bells left. Okay. Is there anything else we need to do in this? Oh yeah, so first let's, go mark this down. Literally, I was just talking about that. I still almost forgot. We need to do that for this acre first. So, the town with our turnips is Winnipeg. And this acre is F2. Okay, what was the other acre where we bought them? Right here. D2, the Mighty Ducks. D2. Okay, and okay, this is not a real thing. I'm just figuring out exactly how, if I want to resize this. Okay, and we're also going to be getting one more town yet, so let's do that. So this just figure out exactly. Oh, clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, that fits. That works nicely. That's the exact size we wanted, because then it stretches from the top to the bottom. And we don't have to worry about, if we're getting up to 5 acres worth, the acre listings won't go off, covering up the game. Okay. That's good. That's all good in the neighborhood. And then, let's head back to Trantor. Yes. And I can go back to my standard percentage list for anyone curious about my percentages in this game. You can now see exactly what I have, where I'm at, what I have left, and all that jazz. What are words? Hey, Melody, welcome in. Thank you. Thank you for the happy anniversary. 7 years. Yeah, I know. It's kind of redonkulous that that's been that long since my very first stream, like, because I'm 35 years old. 7 years is a fifth of my life. And it's like, okay. Yeah, how's it going? How are you doing this fine Sunday? Rover, we've literally seen each other like 24 times today. I think it stopped being unbelievable after a while. Because what? How many times would I have seen? Because we traveled to. Okay, it was been 16 on the initial things, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Almost exactly 24 times. Doing well, just drinking some coffee and toast before LA class today. Oh, nice, nice. Yes. Okay, did somebody else... Oh, yes. Grizzly moved. So other than, I think it was Pierce who moved from here, everyone that's moved out today has been from, like, you know, this section over here. Because there was 2 people here, 1 here. So 1, 2, 3, yeah, people from this section all moved, and then 1 from over here. Rover always on the train, lives on it. I mean, I've talked about my theory. He works for the mob, and he's traveling around. He's a hitman for the mob. He's traveling around to, you know, take out, to do jobs for them. I know it's saved when we're on the train, but we're gonna save and continue 1 more time just to be on the safe side. And then I'm gonna take my lunch break. Because we've been going for almost 4.5 hours, and you know, I'm getting hungry and also need to use the washroom, so I think it's a good time to take my lunch break, and then, so probably like 15-20 minutes or so. So if any of you all need to use, you know, get something to eat for yourself, drink, use the washroom, stretch, all that jazz, now is the perfect time to do it, and I will be back in 15-20 minutes ish. So let me just go and bring up, where is my on break? There we go. And yeah, and I'll be back in a bit. Hello, hello, hello! I am back from my break. Looks like it took 17, 18 minutes, which I said 15 to 20, so that falls right in there, which is impressive. Usually I am very much off when I make my estimates on how long I'll be gone on a break, but hey, I'm just getting better at that. Either predicting it or just at actually following through on what I say. But we are back now, so what are we doing now? Firstly, we're grabbing our stuff. Because I dropped off my stuff earlier so that I could, have more inventory space for my money. Just try to pick up the stuff without picking, like, the stuff on the ground without picking up, like, the other stuff behind it. Okay, tile paper goes over here. Golden net there. That goes there. Move this over here. An axe. There we go. And let's go sell. Why do I have a cockroach? I play like every day, or almost every. Just a single cockroach though. Yeah, grab all this junk here. Just make sure I didn't grab anything I wanted. I'm supposed to keep, yeah. Okay. So how's everyone else's break? Hopefully y'all had a good break as well. Took care of yourself if you needed to. And all that. And then let's go sell this junk from earlier. Actually, first let's just check my color numbers. They should be accurate, but you know me, I like to check them. Yeah, 582, 66, and 66. Yes. 246. Yes. 63. Yeah. All 64 stationary. All 127 gyroids. All 25 fossils, and music is at 41. I'd like to... Is game audio a little out of sync again? Yeah, it was. A little bit. $13,705. That's not too shabby. I don't need any more stationery. So we can go put our money back up to 30,000. Sunday is pretty much the only day I'll actually withdraw money from my bank account earlier, as you know, for buying turnips, and now also it's to put my money back to my wallet back to 30,000. Make a deposit, except technically it's a withdrawal. Okay, so in our account right now, 238,226,886. Okay, we were at 240 million some, but withdrawing money to spend on turnips, which will during the week give us hopefully a nice big profit. Did I see something there? No, I did not. Gives a nice big profit and put us up further. We'll see how it goes. But for now, we're going to go and do a round of balloon fight, as was being asked about earlier. For anyone new here or otherwise just unaware, I am a ridiculous person. Just like one of the most ridiculous people you know. No, maybe. Some ways. Everyone's ridiculous in some way or another. Specifically, so, as part of 100%ing Animal Crossing, I've decided I'm also going to 100% all of the NES games contained within Animal Crossing. So, 19 of them. I'm missing 3. And what I count as 100%ing each of them is also in many cases very ridiculous. So let us go and do a round of Balloon Fight, which is kind of the one we're mainly focused on at the moment. In part because it's, you know, the first one alphabetically. No, honestly, that's the main reason. It's a fun game, though, and one that I am becoming better and, well, in theory, becoming better and better at. In practice, well... In practice, I think I'm getting, like... I'm more consistent, like... I haven't... It's been a while since I've got to, like, you know... Like, my best, furthest phase. You see below me, it says 71. It's been a while since I made that. Even my, like, furthest phase with a die, 51. It's been a while since I've even made it to 51 at all, I think. But, like, I'm more consistently getting into the, like... I'm fairly consistently getting into the 30s, which at one point, you know... wasn't as consistent on that, so... Overall, I'd say I'm getting better, and as I slowly get better and better, more consistently get further and further, eventually I'll get to the point where I will, you know, reach my goal of rolling over the phase count. Which is something that, as far as I know, no one has actually ever done. At the very least, I have not found anyone claiming to have done so, let alone even, like, anyone posting, like, video of them doing so, or even a screenshot. Like, not even claims. So it's like... So if I manage this, you know, I could very well be the first person to do so. But you never know. Somebody else may have done it and just not post it online. Somebody might do it between now and whenever I succeed. You know, there's all sorts of things that could happen. Also, the fact that this is Balloon Fight within Animal Crossing instead of just like Balloon Fight on the actual NES means, like, I don't know, like, if it would, like, certain websites, I don't know if they would, like allow, like, say, Twin Galaxies. I mean, first of all, they don't care about how, like, what phase you get up to, but, like, for high score stuff, I don't know if they would allow it. I know Twin Galaxies is a site that can be fairly strict on what they do and don't allow with records and such. Not that I care, I have no intention of ever joining Twin Galaxies, but it is a useful site to check sometimes for, like, what records they have listed as, you know, get an idea of what's... Because the thing is, with them being more strict, it does at least mean, generally, records that are on there... Generally, records are on that site are fairly likely to be from, you know, well-verified runs. It just might not necessarily be the actual record, because there might be... a better record might be from something that... might be a better run that they just didn't accept for one reason or another. Or that just somebody nobody, like, thought to care enough to submit. Okay, good. Bonus round after this, we'll get our balloon back. I really like the fact that we get a bonus round after every third phase, and if we're at one balloon, we get our second balloon back on a bonus round, so that's the thing that actually brings us from, like, seemingly impossible to, okay, I can manage it eventually. You know, who knows how long it'll take for me to manage it, but it's actually, like, it's like I believe I can succeed at eventually, rather than just something like I want to do this, but I don't know if I can. To be fair, I still don't know if or no, I know I can. I don't know if I will, because it's like, can I do this? Yes, but how long will it take? How many tries will it take, like, you know, will I die of old age first? You never know. Hopefully not, because, you know, like I say, this is part of, you know, for me, 100%ing Animal Crossing, and I would like to, you know, succeed at that eventually, and then move on to, you know, further Animal Crossing games instead of just being stuck on this one for, you know, my whole life, but is what it is. We'll see how it goes. One step at a time. Ooh, there we go. What are we up to right now? Oh, another bonus round. One thing with bonus rounds, though, is when I was saying, like, oh, what are we up to? Bonus round doesn't, you know, have a number, so I don't know. I know we're after a multiple of 3, so probably was it just 12 that we finished? Or 9 even. I guess we'll see if we're at 10 or 13 shortly. We're gonna be at 13. I should realize, because this is, look at the super bonus, that means we're on the 4th bonus round, so yeah. Yeah. You can only use that trick up to, you know, for the first 4, because 5 and further all have the same bonus score, but, you know. Phase 14. Everyone else going in the water. Excellent. Phase 15. Gotcha. Let's go. Keep it up. Keep it real. Let's go. Phase 16. Awesome. Less awesome. Okay. So we need to get through this one and then the next one to get to the bonus round and get our balloon back. Well, I need you to get away from that flipper. I need to... There we go. Keep the high ground. Or air, as it were. No. No, no, no. There we go. Okay. Where do I want to... Okay. Where's lightning? Lightning. Okay. One opponent left. But also the lightning is... Damn it! Well, that was a death. The lightning was going way too fast. And yet it'll keep going faster and faster. Well, pretty sure there is a point where it stops getting fast. There is an upper limit to like the speed of stuff, but yeah, it still gets faster than that, definitely. I'm pretty sure. Oh, let's see how far we can get. Phase 19. Okay, can we get... Yes, gotcha. Phase 20. You know, if that other yellow guy didn't push... one guy was falling, he would have probably gone down to the water. Ah, crap. Crappy crap. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, now you get above the flipper. I'm positioning myself to... Okay, you're going down to the water now, most likely. You could go to the land, but most likely water. So I just need to survive until you hit it. Hey, and I did it. Phase 21. Okay, so after this, we'll get another bonus round. So if I don't lose this balloon, we can get... Yeah, we'll get our next balloon, our other balloon back. Now. Nice, good stuff. Keeping it real. Phase 22. Come on, Eric. You can get him. You're just sitting there. Okay. And let's go. One at a time. Ooh, got it. Yeah, generally it's better to go for the higher ones first, but sometimes you want to do that where you go for a lower one and then work your way over. But it's a difficult call to make on those bonus rounds. Oh, that was terrifyingly close to that lightning. Where do I want to go? Where is safe? There we go. 26. Yeah, as we're getting to like further and higher and higher phases, like it's not just a matter of where lightning is, but where lightning is going to be. Even when there's no lightning on the stage, you're like, okay, at any moment, like lightning could be coming out of one of those clouds and just like shooting around at like whatever speeds. And it's almost, at some points in time, it's almost actually, after a certain phase, it's actually even almost safer when there's two lightning on the stage rather than none, because then at least you know where the lightning is. Because when it's not on the stage, well, you know it could be coming from one of the two clouds. Usually the two clouds, you know, has 4 locations the lightning could be moving in when it comes out. But, you know, you don't know which it's going to be or when it's going to be. I mean, when it's glowing, you know that's going to be coming out shortly, but after a certain speed, you know, it glowing does not really give you enough, at least does not give me enough time to react. It may be hard for some people to believe watching some of the games I play and some of the things I do in some of those games. I have terrible reaction time. Absolutely terrible. For games like this and other stuff, like where it seems like I have good reaction time, no, what I have is playing the game so much that, like, I don't need to react because I already know what's coming. And I'm just prepared for what could be coming up and such. And I'm like constantly being aware of like, okay, this could happen, that could happen. And that's why also oftentimes, you know, you'll see me doing all of this ridiculous stuff, and then I'll get like hit by like just like the most obvious thing. Because I'm like busy thinking like 3 moves ahead and missing, you know, what's happening right in front of my face. Which, you know, is what it is. You know, you work with the skill set you have, and you know, work to slowly improve. But you know, your brain works the way it does, and you gotta. Oh no, he's trapped there like that. I think we'll be. Yeah, okay, well, that was fine. Could have been a lot worse. 30. Ah, crap. Mistimed how long it would take me to get up to the height to take him out. Oh, we did make it up to the 30s. Like I said, we were fairly consistently making it up to the 30s. Not like every time, but fairly consistently, so... Next up is like fairly consistently making it into the 40s, and then 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 100s, 110s, 120s, 130s, 140s, 150s, 160s, 170s, 180s, 190s, 200s, 210s, 220s, 230s, 240s, 250s, and then, you know, the rollover, and then, you know, manage again without any deaths. So we have a long ways to go. But we are, you know, we're slowly getting there. Not today, though. Game over. Okay. Okay, I think that's where we're done with Rick here. We're not done with Animal Crossing, even though we've already been streaming for over 5 hours, so Animal Crossing is going to be like over half of this 12-hour marathon. Probably, because I think we're probably going to be going for at least another hour. Well, no, actually, this is going to depend on RNG. It could be, and if RNG doesn't go our way, then how long it takes me to, you know, be like, okay, this is enough for today. So, here in the GameCube Animal Crossing, if you have a GameCube, Game Boy Advance link cable, and a Game Boy Advance, you can travel to the island, where you have one of 18 islanders. Because I was needing 15 towns anyway, because of getting all of the train stations, I decided, let's go for 18 so we can get each of the islanders. So far we have 15 of them, and then 2 of my towns have duplicates. But you can trade islands, so that's what we're doing right now, is going to be trying to get an island with an islander we need to trade to one of my towns that has a duplicate islander. So what I need to do is go put a fresh memory card in so we can do that. So give me a moment for that. And yeah. And now whatever we're creating here is a town we're not going to be keeping, because we're just creating this to get an island to trade to one of our other towns. Then we need to create another town to get another island to trade to the other one. Because with London and Toronto have other islands, they have Plucky, who we already have on Stony Island off of Winnipeg. And then only once we get both of those having unique islanders, then we create a town that, well, we're hopefully going to keep it. Again, it's check if it's an islander, file islander. If it is, keep the town. If it isn't, try again. But this one is guaranteed something a town we're not keeping. So the town name and villager name don't actually matter, which is good because I haven't figured out the final town I want to have. But I still need to figure out what I'm going to type in here, because I can't just leave it blank. I have to put in something. Yeah, that's correct. Sure, whatever. That doesn't question. Answers don't really matter because we don't even know what character we're creating here. You know what we're gonna do? So we can just see him. See him make fun of his own name. Ha ha ha. Yep. Ha ha. Yeah, he's a buddy who runs a shop in the mob. See, it's all we got all the evidence we need here. We got all the evidence we need here. Okay. So fingers crossed on, yeah, getting one of the islanders we need. There's 3 islanders that we need, and a total of 18, so 1 in 6 chance of getting an islander that we need. Either Boomer, Faith, or Pigleg. Yeah, eventually I'm going to have to decide what I'm going to call though my final town. So we're not actually going to call my final town the Mob. That's just, you know, because we know for a fact we're not keeping this town. Because I don't know what my final town is going to be yet. Okay, just have to get through Nook's whole dialogue setup. Okay. Yep. It's good. I like it. Yes, here's good. Okay. And we don't have to make a decision until I think he asks if we want to repeat this whole spiel, which, you know, we do not. We don't. Honestly, we don't want to do this whole spiel once even, considering we've heard it, you know, literally dozens of times. But it is what it is, so, you know, can't exactly just skip over it. It's just the way of the world. And it is what it is. Okay. No, thank you. And then he asks us for money, which we have a grand total of very little. So, like, our main character of Rick, who is, you know, extremely wealthy, Rover here is not. But that's okay. Okay, let's go just check the map to see where we need to go. That's neat the way it loops around like that. Like, under the lake. So just down there, and then down. Okay. Don't become attached to towns. You're going to be destroying Eric. It's not worth it. And is speech? Yes. Okay, so this is going to be... If it's an islander we need, it's going to be traded to London. So I want this to be Cat's Island. Which I can spell, I swear. Okay. Oh no, I did have an idea for my file town. My file character. We're going to hold off though, because... Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on using that though until we're ready to create it, because it's also is going to depend on one thing that I have to figure out first. Coleslaw. I like coleslaw. I'm not really a fan of arm wrestling. Never have been. Wait 1 second. I just have a thing. I have an email that I quickly need to... Okay. Nothing I have to worry about at the moment. Okay, and which islander do we got? Boomer! He's the penguin, right? Yes, this is one we needed. Awesome. Okay. So we got Boomer on Cat's Island, which is going to be connected to London. We just need to trade this one to London. So let me go and... first of all, we need to back up to the Game Boy Advance. Yes. Yes. I'll take it, okay. Let's back up to the Game Boy Advance. We're save it to the Game Boy Advance. Yep, yep. Which takes a bit of time. There's a lot of data to transfer over. A lot of data. Okay, and then... Okay, so now that it's put on the Game Boy Advance, already we're good. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to quickly check to confirm it's good on there, and then reset the system, grab my other Game Boy... Well, because this is the GameCube Game Boy Advance, or this is the GameCube with the Game Boy player that I'm using as the Game Boy Advance. We grab the other Game Boy Advance, switch over memory cards, reset the system. Basically a whole lot of stuff. Just give me a moment to do all of that junk. So... Okay, so got that all switched over, and now we're loading up London here, right away. Headphones. Yes, April 4th, London, yep. Yes. Sandra. Okay, so now we need to go to the current version of Cats Island we have connected to London, and so we can save that one to my actual like Game Boy Advance, and then we can trade 2 Londons, and it's all good. Why is she still wearing a worker uniform? Can we actually get a better outfit for her? What's currently on sale? Oh, this was a mistake. Leave it to me. I'm just thinking just a polo shirt, which I don't think. Nah. Not sure that's what we want for her either. So, let's just go to the island and get this taken care of. And yeah. Yes. Okay, and of course he hits on her the whole time. Because of course he feels the need to do that. Especially, like, you know, when we find out in one of the later games he has, you know, wife and kids. It's like, really, dude? You know, awkward hitting on wasn't awkward enough. Okay. So, we'll do this trade. Hey, Tuba Tomato, welcome in. How's it going? How are you doing? Doing alright. Was late to work today. Well, too bad I got the wrong schedule. Oof. That's awkward. But glad it wasn't too bad. Okay. This has... Yep, we're getting rid of her, so just need to save this version of Cats Island to this Game Boy Advance, and then we can trade the 2. Takes a while, as I was saying earlier. Okay. No, we are making... I'm glad, though, we got this done, because I know the last... Was it 2 times I streamed? I tried, like, a bunch of times, and... Oh, no, the last time I streamed was where I actually got Triple Air Town. I'm like, I'll keep this, because that was... Yeah, that was right. Toronto... The reason we have a double layer is because I got a triple layer town. Like, okay, I want this triple layer town, so we'll put up with having an extra trade we need to do. Okay, so now what we need to do is, well, I need to put this. Actually, let's see here. Let's put the controller here. Okay, while we're heading back, I'm going to switch over to the island, or well, one of the islands, and we can do the island trade, and then, yeah. Okay. And other people have done 100%. No one with my exact definition of no one has done my exact definition of 100%, but people have done, like, people speedrun 100%, but that's 100% speedrun is for like complete catalog, museum, all 4 statues. I think that's about it or whatever. Whereas I include even more stuff in my 100%. Okay, so we are trading islands, so press B on both. Trade islands. Yes. I mean, my definition of 100% wouldn't work for speedruns. Especially if we're counting my whole, like, not using time travel. Because doing 100% without time travel and without using codes. I only use codes for the stuff that requires codes. But yeah, doing that means that you'd end up with speedrun taking like 11 months or so. Okay, now this one should now have... Yes, because this is the one we're getting rid of. Okay, so then I'm going to switch back to the main game, and actually we're going to reset this and then switch back to the main game, so just give me a moment to do that. Yeah. It would be interesting seeing just like an entire game and that like art style and such. Okay. And let's... Now he'll be gone because there's nothing currently connected. Yes. Okay, and then we connect the traded game book with the traded island. And now we go down. We should be all good. So this should be the Cat's Island with Boomer, not the Cat's Island with Plucky. Let's just confirm that, though. Everything works out properly. Yeah, as we're getting the remaining islanders. Well, one of the islanders still have 2 more to get. Do we want to still try for another one today? I mean, we've only been streaming for 5.5 hours, and it's a 12-hour marathon. And we're still gonna have plenty of time for Kirby after, so might as well go for... see if we can go for another Islander. Yeah. Kitty! Welcome in with the raid. Kitty, please coming in just as I arrive on Cat's Island. What are the chances? Welcome in. It's Tate and Yunri and Kitty herself. Drew Hillion. Welcome in, everyone. How's it going? How are y'all doing? How was your stream? Welcome in, Fantasta. Cat Fake, yeah. Let me give a shout out to Kitty, please. As soon as the I button on my keyboard works. There we go. I need to just honestly switch to my other keyboard. That I button is getting worse and worse on this one. Oh wait, 2 keys. Yes. Last playing, just chatting. So how was your stream? How did it go? I know you were raising money. And yeah, thank you for the happy stream anniversary. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know Kitty, please, wonderful Plant Army teammate and awesome streamer. We've raided her before, and always a good time there. So if anyone, from here on my stream doesn't know her, you should definitely go give her a follow. And for anyone coming in who doesn't know me, Eric Barkman, variety streamer with a focus on Nintendo, and one of the things I'm working on is 100%ing the GameCube Animal Crossing. And when I say 100%ing, I mean to ridiculous levels. So, one of the things we're doing right now... So GameCube Animal Crossing, if you have a Game Boy Advance and a GameCube Game Boy Advance link cable, which I have here, you can travel to the island. It's just a small 2-acre island on which you have one of 18 islanders. In this case, we have Boomer here. Don't think I've seen any of my other game streams. Oh yeah. So there's 18 of them. So I'm working on getting a total of 18 towns so that I have all 18 islanders. Because I am a ridiculous person. Currently we have 17 towns with, I guess now 16, because we have one of my towns is now... So this one we've gotten rid of now. Because you can trade islands, luckily, so... Because I do have the 2... one more duplicate to get rid of. Got rid of that duplicate. Kind of resize this. And... yeah. Let me just quickly check to confirm that Boomer is going to have 8 requested furniture. Because that's what the numbers out of 8 means, like 0 out of 8 or 8 out of 8, or in one case 9 out of 9. One character has 9 requested furniture. I haven't checked the... let's see here, Islanders. This is Boomer, who wants Standing Stone, Leaning Stone, Lunar Lander, Robo Stereo, Spaceman, Sam, Robo Clock, Lunar Rover, 8. 8. Why? I don't understand why Flossie requests 9 pieces of furniture. And I'm just going to check Faith and Pigleg right now. I have this list open. Faith. Mama Bear, Papa Bear, Elephant Slide, Baby Bear, Water Bird, Executive Toy, Jack in the Box, Robo Stereo. That's 8 as well. And Pigleg, Toilet, Pop Machine, Keg, Barrel, Red Boombox, Melon Chair, Watermelon Table, Watermelon Chair, Fan. Oh wait! Pig Leg also has 9, assuming I didn't miscount. 2 of the islanders have 9 requested furniture, everyone else has 8. I don't understand why. It's not all the same, but... I guess I just decided to give those 2 an extra. Never seen the older Animal Crossing games? Ah, yeah. Meanwhile, I'm mainly familiar with this one. I haven't played any of the other main ones. Any of the other main ones, just this one. And I also played Pocket Camp on mobile, but that's a spin-off. If you have any questions about this Animal Crossing, feel free to ask me. Outside of some speedrunners, I'm probably one of the most... Well, I'm probably one of the more knowledgeable people on this game. Speedrunners know some things that I don't know, like some of the glitches that they use in speedruns. But then at the same time, I know some things that most speedrunners probably wouldn't know. Like a lot of stuff to do with the island, because that's not really useful in speedruns. But... yeah. Moby Jane. Okay. And, when we get back to the mainland, I'm going to turn off the Game Boy Advance, turn it back on. Then we're going to go to the island just to be on the extra safe side that we do indeed have Boomer there now. Yes, this is the GameCube game, which is the original. Like, in Japan, it actually first came out on the N64, but it's the same game. So I'm just going to turn the Game Boy Advance off and back on, and then we're going to just go to the island one more time just to confirm that it is fully, everything's all good. Yeah, because the game first released on the N64 in Japan only, then got ported to the GameCube with some extras, then came over to North America on GameCube with some more extras, then got a second GameCube release in Japan, third GameCube release third Japan release overall, with, again, the stuff from North American release plus some other extras. I would say North American. Europe also would have got North American and European, so we're really international, but yeah. One extra for the GameCube. Well, there were 2 Japanese GameCube versions and a North American, and like a international GameCube version. So 3 versions for the GameCube. So yeah, like I said, N64 Japan only. First Japanese GameCube, international GameCube, second Japanese GameCube. No, I don't want to become famous. Silly bots. I wouldn't mind becoming famous, but... no, well... I want some of my works to become famous. But... I mean, as a streamer, I guess I want some level of fame, but... So this is Boomer still. Excellent. I don't know why I do the extra trip here just to confirm, because, like, I've done this multiple times, I know it works. But, you know, my brain is always like... It's the same mindset where it's just like, you know, when you save a game, like, 2 or 3 times when you're done playing, just to make sure, just to confirm you saved. Yeah. And, you know, for some of you, I mean, say some of you youngins. I mean, if you're in the stream, you should be at least 18, but compared to me, that's still young, because I'm 35. But for younger gamers, they might not understand the concept of saving, because so many games these days just, you know, have auto-save features. Whereas, you know... I mean, back in my day, to make myself sound old as well, back in my day, we had to save uphill both ways. What? No. Back in my day, though, like, we were sometimes lucky to even have saves. Like... Oh, and Tree Frog with a raid. We're getting, like, tons of raids today. Welcome in, Tree Frog. How's it going? How are you doing? How was your stream? Let me give you a shout out. Tree Frog Rider is one of my wonderful mods, as you can see from that nice sword next to her name. And is a streamer in her own right. And playing Far, Changing Tides. I don't know what that was, but I'm glad to hear it was really fun. But yeah. Yeah, Tree Frog has a sword. And she's a frog with a sword, so like... I don't know if that's more or less dangerous, but it's definitely one of the two. Okay, so we got this done. Ooh, I like puzzles. Bridge is over here. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was talking about, like, game saves. First game I ever owned was Yoshi's Island, which did have... Actually, that one did actually even have autosave. Every time you finish a level, it would save automatically. Second game I owned... Well, second games, you know, my brothers owned were Jungle Book, Tasmania, and Super Battleship, none of which had any kind of save. Like, well, no, Super Battleship had passwords it would give you so that you could go back to the levels you were on, but you had to write those down. That was how we saved games back in the day. Sometimes we had a password we had to write down and input to put you to the right point of the game. Jungle Book and Tasmania, you just had to start from the beginning every time. I'm pretty sure. Start stream with the writing prompt too. Nice. I remember seeing modded Animal Crossing Town some years back. Thought those were really neat. Oh, that's interesting. Do you know in like what way they were modded, or? Yeah. What was the writing prompt? Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try to get another new Islander to trade to Toronto. So just give me a moment to put this fresh memory card back in, and also switch back to the Game Boy player, Game Boy Advance, rather than the actual Game Boy Advance. Just give me a moment to do that. Like Bubble Bobble? Is that one that had password saves, is what you're referring to? Because I haven't played Bubble Bobble, so I do not know. Really advanced layout, obviously replaced where they weren't supposed to be in a sort of maze. Like, interesting. Today's prompt: a glimmer, a little sparkle, there it is. What is it? How did it get there? What will you do next? Sorry, now my brain is, going into creator mode. And my brain, immediately the story, my brain is like starting to create is some kind of a fairy, like a little fairy, like in like the Zelda games and such. And yeah. Well, how have I never played it? I don't know. I just never have. Actually, that might... one of the YouTubers would receive Animal Crossing disc. I doubt that. Maybe the memory cards. But you wouldn't be altering the discs. You literally wrote about a fairy. Interesting. Great minds think alike. Okay, I'm just going to quickly check, though, about list of virtual console games for Wii. Okay, so Bubble Bobble was released on Wii Virtual Console. So I probably do have it on there. I don't feel like, loading up my Wii and checking right now, but I probably do have it on there, so I probably have played it at least once, but haven't spent much time with it. Yeah. Memory cards, yeah. Okay. So now we need to get either Faith or Pigleg as an islander. Ready to go. Okay, again, it doesn't matter right now what we name our character in town, because the town itself and the character are just going to get deleted. It's just we're looking for an island with Faith or Pigleg to trade to Toronto. Also, never headed to Fantasy, but decided just today. Prompts for like 10 minutes of stream. Quick exercise. Oh, yeah. Totally try. I'm sure I will eventually. Like, we're just gonna keep making fun of him, or getting him to make fun of himself here. Rover. Now that is an odd name, says Rover. Yeah. As I get through more and more games, have to go to more and more other games. Won't be anytime soon, because at the moment I have so many games that are pretty high up on the list that I want to do, but yeah. But no, I do want... it is definitely one that, like, because I am I'm actually somewhat familiar with I'm actually more familiar with the character of Bub from Bubble Bobble than the game itself, because of the fact that there's a sprite-based webcomic I used to read called Zelda Comics. So it was like a Zelda-based comic, but they brought in Bub as a character in there. Yeah. The Link game with a chip for NES. What do you mean with the chip? And by like Link game, do you mean like the Zelda game, or? Okay. Oh, for games. Oh, like save battery. It's a battery that was used for saving, not a chip. But okay, that's what you meant. Okay. Yeah. Both Zelda games for the NES had save batteries. Yeah. Second Zelda was called Zelda 2: Adventure of Link. It's one I definitely... I have that for the NES. Owned it for a long time, but it doesn't have a working save. My save battery for mine is actually dead, which is why, like, most recently, like, I played through it on 3DS Virtual Console, which is also why for a long time I wasn't able to stream it. Oh yeah, I always called the game Link. But yeah, Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link is now something that is, since it's now that I can stream 3DS games and I have it on 3DS Virtual Console, it is now something that people can request for, like, sub-request Sundays. Or if, you know, in the future, you know, next time I do a Zelda marathon stream, it could end up being something I play on stream for that. Okay. Can't make sub requests for Bubble Bobble, no, because the sub requests are for games that I've already beaten, but still need 100% complete. I know you do have. How many votes do you even have? I know you have a bunch, or you have some at least. I don't know if I should say a bunch. I know you have some. 3. I think 3 counts as a bunch, I think. Yeah, no worries. You know, you're never required to use them. That's just something, like, I like to offer. I don't know if you know if it's so much of an incentive to sub. It's just a nice bonus, optional bonus if you sub. I mean, there might be. This is not the. There might be some people who would consider an incentive to sub, but as far as I know, most people just, you know. I mean, most people that sub honestly don't even use them, so clearly it's not an incentive to most people. But you never know. Okay. Okay, so this, if we get, if we get an islander we need, this is the one that's going to be, yes. CCC Island. Okay. So we're hoping for Faith or Pigleg. So that's 2 out of 18 that we need still, so that's a 1 in 9 chance of us getting them. Actually, you know, not the best odds, but not the worst odds either. Like, it's still much better than, say, like, if we were shiny hunting in a Pokemon game. Okay. And let's see what we've got now. As we come upon our island. Will we have someone we need? Faith or Pigleg? Or is this just a reset? And survey says that's like Rowan, I think. So that's a reset. Ooh, we are at 6 o'clock, or not 6 o'clock. We're at 6 hours. We're at 2 o'clock. But yeah, 6 hours into the 12-hour marathon, so the halfway point. In that case, I think we'll try this one more time, and then we'll switch over to Kirby's Dream Land. So we can have some time with Kirby. Spending half of it on Animal Crossing, or I guess just over half on Animal Crossing and then half on Kirby is just under half on Kirby is a decent way to do it. That's right. I don't know exactly how much. Exactly how much over and under half depends on, how long it takes. Or depends on whether or not we succeed. Because if we get, an islander we need, then obviously we have to go through the whole trading thing again. If we don't, then it's just, oh, we're done. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I think we're so close, though, to getting all the Islanders. And once we get all of them, then we'll work on getting all of them their requested furniture, which that will go by fairly quickly. It'll be like 2 or 3 days for each. And then we'll have another thing finished. Another aspect of the 100% will be 100%ed. And I think that's when we start on the project of making my whole turnip market stuff more efficient. And then we'll see what we work on next. So many projects within Animal Crossing. As we work towards that 100% and eventually reach it. One second, I think game audio is a little out of sync again there. That should be better. Yeah, I ordered Retro Tink, which I'm currently waiting to get in, and hopefully when I get that in, that should work better than my current composite to HDMI adapter. So then hopefully we don't have the audio desyncing anymore, and also hopefully the colors, because like you can definitely see that with like the dialogue box, like how bright it is. It's definitely a lot brighter than it should be on like screen, because I can see it on my TV where it looks a lot better. So hopefully those two things get fixed with the Retro Tink, and then Yeah. As I slowly work towards improving my stream equipment. Not sure what that... I mean... Yeah. Until eventually, I have all of the best equipment in the world now. Highly unlikely. I mean, the best equipment in the world would be like... would be really expensive. Okay. Yeah, check the map just to see. Okay, so we'll go over here, cross the river here, and then straight down. Okay, sounds like a plan. And down here. And right here. Okay, so... Yes, I'll cross. I want to go to Triple C Island. Triple-E. So I wonder if I should do Triple C instead of CCC. No, I think this is the better. Triple C would fit, but doing like the word triple space letter C would fit, but yeah. Okay. Remember when I first started the 100% Animal Crossing, and yeah, getting this many towns. Well, when I first started, I wasn't even sure if I was going to go for all the islanders. I knew I wanted to go for, I needed to go for 15 towns to get all the train stations. And I was like, how am I ever going to manage that? Because like that's a lot of memory cards I need to buy, but I did that and got all the train stations, and I've got almost all the islanders now. Just 2 more, maybe 1 more if we get lucky with this island. But, I mean, will we get lucky with this island? Hard to say, because well, we'll know soon enough. Here we are, CCC Island. And survey says that's Dobby, I think. Yeah, that's Dobby. So, not lucky on this go, but hey, we already got 1 new one today with Bud. So we just need Faith and Pigleg. So we just need Faith that we can get Faith and Pigleg. And yeah, but this is where we are going to call the Animal Crossing portion of the stream. So I'm going to do. So we're going to be playing on 3DS next. I just need to open something. Weird. Okay, so oh, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to go swap over to the 3DS scene. Okay, I'm going to quickly turn off Animal Crossing and put the disc away and such. So just give me a moment to swap that stuff, turn everything off and such, and then we'll do some Kirby's Dream Land.